simile, a source drained, and metaphors, just no use. Too hyperbolic, make it real. Why exaggerate? Why that irony? Too romantic, just iron it. Be realistic, make it Renaissance. Why Elizabethan? Why not modern? And style? Style minimalist, minimize opportunity. Why not? Let's not. A refrain, so reframe or be framed. So let us know, let the poem be.
Do you want to convey thoroughness and intensity, making description more impactful and still maintaining stylistic flair? Then pay attention to the next segment and have it done.
Merism is a rhetorical device where a whole is expressed by listing two or more of its contrasting or constituent parts. By naming extremes or key components, merism suggests totality and completeness, creating a more emphatic and vivid description. Common examples include lock, stock, and barrel, which means everything, or high and low, which also means everywhere. Merism uses parts to represent the whole. It identifies a few parts of a whole to imply the entirety. A lot of merisms are formed by using two contrasting extremes to cover all possibilities in between. For instance, in the Bible, heavens and earth represents the entire universe, and when you come in and when you go out represents all of a person's activities. The literary device merism has its origin in the Greek word merismos, meaning dividing or partitioning. It refers to the rhetorical practice of representing a whole by listing some of its contrasting or constituent parts. The term entered the English language in the 1890s, though its use is much older. Found in ancient texts like the Bible, for example, heavens and the earth. The word merismos literally translates to a dividing or a partitioning, from the verb merizin, to divide, and the noun meros, part. Importance of merism in literature. The importance of the literary device, merism, lies in its ability to create a sense of completeness or totality by naming extremes or parts of something, which in turn provides emphasis, vivid imaginary, and enhanced expression. It is used to convey thoroughness and intensity, making descriptions more impactful and engaging, while often adding stylistic flair. Usages of merism by literary writers. Merisms are used to convey completeness or totality by mentioning opposing parts or extremes. This literary device emphasizes the whole by providing just a few key components, such as high and low to mean everywhere, or lock, stock, and barrel to mean everything. In addition to this primary function, merisms are used to create vivid imaginary, add emphasis, and represent complex ideas concisely. It appears in various contexts, from marriage vows to legal terms. Conveyance of completeness is the most common use of merism, where two contrasting parts represent the entire whole. For instance, in marriage vows, phrases like "for better, for worse," or "in sickness and in health" cover all possible outcomes. Merism also increases emphasis. The use of contrasting extremes can intensify the statement and make it more memorable.
Arts Composition segment today showcases an African modest author, poet, and academia.
At heart, Dr. Okiyi transitioned into lecturing serving at institutions including Bowen University.
Next is a dose of the African wise saying for this episode. And on that note, I'll plead you remain committed to keeping peace and unity in the continent. Till same time next week. Bye.
Nigeria is a nation of over 200 million people, united by diversity, resilience, and hope. For many citizens, the Nigerian dream represents more than survival. It is the belief that every Nigerian deserves dignity, opportunity, peace, and a chance to build a better future. What does the Nigerian dream truly mean? The Nigerian dream is built on the idea of a nation where hard work is rewarded, justice is upheld, and governance reflects transparency and accountability. A country where young people can pursue their ambition without fear, where citizens can confidently aspire to a brighter tomorrow. How can a shared national vision help shape the Nigeria we all desire?
A nation is not built in a day, and what that means is that it takes consistent sacrifice over the years for us to begin to see the fruit of the labor that we have right now.
At the center of this shared vision are values that strengthen discipline, unity, responsibility, and patriotism. National progress becomes possible when citizens begin to see themselves beyond the ethnic, religious, or social differences, and instead focus on common destiny. Achieving the Nigerian dream requires more than government action alone. It is a call for collective responsibility. The journey towards the ideal Nigeria may not be easy, but hope remains a powerful force.
This is a call to every Nigerian to also wake up to build like our heroes did, and also ensure that we build a system. Now, in building, there's something I always like to say, that when you're building a system, don't just do the work. Ensure that you build a system that protects the work that has been done. So as we are building in this season, one thing I would encourage everyone to do is to look at what Nigeria should be in the next 10, 50 years. We should look at what Nigeria would need in the next 100 years and begin to build that structure now. And this is the only way we can create a safe environment for posterity to come.
Nigerian dreams truly mean a better life in a secured environment.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The World Cup is officially kicked off, and sadly, the Super Eagles are not going to be part of the fiesta. However, we took consolation in knowing that Davido, Rema, Burna, and including Ira Star all dropped standout performances at the Countdown Festival and opening ceremonies of the FIFA World Cup.
Yes, but trust netizens to make a joke out of literally anything, because Stans and favorites of Odogo Republic and the 30 BG gang, as well as the Ravens, spared no chance at taking jabs at the FC fans, especially since the Big Bird himself, Wizkid, was not invited to perform.
Yeah, and it's been like this back and forth, you know, Big Bird, machala, yeah. But last, you know, go walk up.
You're sounding,
the big four, in quotes, the big three. Is it big three or big four now? I'm not sure what
big three.
Big three, and then of the big three is the only person missing. So it's been the But anyways, just in case you don't know, this is Click Like, where we serve you nothing but absolute pure fun and undiluted entertainment right here on the network service of the NTA.
I am Enyojo Abu.
And I am Daniel Adiri. So without further ado, let's get the show on the road. So next up, E-News. Tamanosoye Karibi George has been crowned Miss World Nigeria 2026 and will represent the country at the Miss World Festival in Vietnam. Congratulating her on the achievement, Senator Ben Murray Bruce praised her poise, intelligence and passion, urging Nigerians to support her as she takes the national flag to the global stage. Organized by the Silverbird Group, Miss World Nigeria selects the country's representative for the International Miss World competition, which promotes the Beauty with a Purpose initiative. Karibi George succeeds Joy Mojisola Rahimi, who represented Nigeria at the 72nd Miss World Beauty pageant and finished among the top 20 contestants.
We're going to Vietnam! We will rise!
Actor Idris Elba has dismissed long-standing rumors that he was in line to become the next James Bond, saying there was never any real truth behind the speculation. For years, fans campaigned for Elba to take over the iconic role after Daniel Craig's departure, with his name frequently appearing in discussions about Bond's future. However, the British actor says he never believed he was seriously being considered. While grateful for the support from fans, Elba explained that the rumors took on a life of their own and were not based on actual casting plans. He described the attention as flattering, but ultimately unrealistic.
For a long time, there was this idea that I was always in the run-ins for James Bond. That is a complete nonsense. I was never in the run-ins for James Bond. I think it was sort of like, what's the word when the nation wants something? The will of a nation.
Yeah.
The will of a nation. But I was never in the run-ins. You probably was.
If, with you, and, I'll say it anyway.
It was electric.
It tells you how far Afrobeat has come. In the last 10, 15 years, it tells you the longevity of, this guy is talking about, Davido. But Burna Boy was definitely at the opening ceremony that I saw, Shakira. It was absolutely
awesome.
mind-blowing. Just seeing, our guys,
I saw a clip of the... Oh, sorry for interrupting you.
That's right.
I saw a clip of how electric that place was when Rema was performing.
Yeah.
People were just...
Raving
it was
at
like,
me,
really
another banger. Once that beat dropped, it's like...
Some mind controlling.
Bow, just boo, blew my mind. And it was, again, it just reiterated that Afrobeats is you cannot overestimate it.
Yes.
It's big, and it will always be as big can be.
Yes.
But Idris Elba and this Bond story. Now, I know a lot of people have said he's the guy fit since Daniel Craig retired to play. But I want to share his point of view. He has already said bringing this black thing, he called it a woke idea of Bond being black, is not what people would want to say, especially I don't want to say the group, but you know what I'm saying.
Of course.
It's not something they want to see.
We must understand that there's something we call black excellence.
True.
Right? So it's like one has to do some kind of projection, which is where I think the Little Mermaid that you made reference to, with Disney, I think they failed in that aspect because there is something about the blacks which you cannot underestimate. And I think just by looking at Idris Elba's track record and, his persona, gauge, his persona,
even
his
at
aura,
that age, he still commands a level of aura and persona.
It's not entirely wrong for people to start having imaginations, fantasies, and wishful thinking.
True.
I just think that they need to just know that can only be a dream.
It's a dream. Fantasizable dream. And I mean, Sabrina will always be like, I think it was a recent post where his wife, shortly after he got knighted and now saw Idris Elba, and then she posted this, I think, 30-second reel, and she's like, ladies and gentlemen, our husband. And the entire comment section went wild. And it's like, I'm like, this is Idris Elba. Almost, the guy is 50-something now.
Yes.
And dude is still commanding the attention of literally the Gen Z. Like, you see a Gen Z looking up, he's not like, oh my God.
Yes.
And it's just, he's that guy.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's wishful thinking. Because even he said it's not going to work. As much as, yes, wonderful, black James Bond, but it's just wishful thinking.
Yeah.
And I think we should just leave it at that.
It was a recognition of excellence, educational development, and the overall service to humanity, as people across all walks of life gathered in Newman, Adamawa State, to celebrate the conferment of the traditional title of Zokungoshi Bachama on the Secretary General Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities. Rayanu Bala reports.
It was a show of cultural heritage and royalty, as the Bashama Traditional Council conferred various traditional titles on great personalities who distinguished themselves to the service of humanity. One of them is the Secretary General Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, Professor Andrew Haruna, who was conferred with the title on Zokondoshi Bashama, meaning the teacher of Bashama Kingdom.
Professor Augustine Clement of the Adamawa State University is here in person. Most of the graduates of the first.
The title was in recognition of his numerous contributions to educational development, leadership, and national development.
I feel elated, I feel happy, and I'm excited, and I feel honored, but I am humbled by this great gesture done to me by the Bachama Traditional Title Kingdom. I hope to see peace reign in the kingdom. The Hamabachama preach for peace, and I also support him because I'm the total believer of peace. Peace is progress, peace is development, peace is harmony, peace is a peace of mind, and through that we'll develop our youth.
Professor Andrew Haruna, he is one of the very best academics, intellectuals this country has produced for a long time. And I'm happy that he's being honored here.
And as a professor, he's a teacher to everybody. That is why he is called a teacher of our Bachama.
So I will charge him to continue to support the Bachama Kingdom, support the Bachama people, support young people to access education easily.
Being the teacher of Bachama, let it also extend beyond the Bachama chiefdom, of which I know he has been doing that. It is in recognition of this, I believe, he was selected and was given this chieftaincy title.
The Hamabashama Homon Ismaila Daniel Shaga, who presided over the ceremony, said the Bashama Traditional Council remains committed in rewarding excellence, promoting peace, and preserving cultural values.
We must collectively endeavor to promote it, to defend its dignity, to support its development, to build together bridges of friendship and cooperation for the advancement of the nation.
Some of the speakers at the ceremony, including the Deputy Governor of Adamawa State, Kaletefa George Farauta, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, said the recognition strengthens bond of relationship between public servants and traditional institutions for the development of the society.
If there is something that is on the forefront of his heart for the Bachama Kingdom, is the need for a peaceful coexistence so that we can attract development.
Every society, honor is more than decoration. It is a public memory of service. It is the community saying to its sons and daughters, we have seen your labor, we acknowledge your worth, and we call you to even greater duty.
The ceremony promotes unity in diversity as the rich cultural heritage of Bashama Kingdom were showcased.
Abuja played host to a gathering of youth leaders, government officials, and church stakeholders as the Boys Brigade of Nigeria celebrated a new chapter in its leadership journey. Amid Thanksgiving awards and calls for unity, speakers underscored the importance of raising responsible young citizens and strengthening national values for a more secure Nigeria. Oluseyi Adeago captured the memorable moments for Clicklight.
The Boys Brigade is a Christian uniformed youth organization committed to advancing the kingdom of Christ among boys and young men through promotion of discipline, obedience, self-respect, and service to humanity. The investiture service began with a colorful march past by the Color Party and the flag bearers who solemnly processed into the sanctuary. The ceremony transitioned into a call to worship, followed by a vibrant session of praise that set the tone for the occasion. Church leaders emphasized the critical role of youth development in nation building.
The lessons are do not neglect little beginnings. Professor Duna, we started as nobodies, boys without strength, and today we have become men.
A major highlight of the event was the formal investiture of Professor Samson Dina as National President of the Boys Brigade, Nigeria, following his re-election to lead the National Council.
I came in, there are quite a lot of challenges, but God in His infinite mercy was able to help us to overcome that. But this year, our own target now is to curb the issue of unemployment. Most of the Boys Brigade members are not employed. We want to see to it that we make it like a raw material for paramilitary and military to engage the services and members of the Boys Brigade.
Wish for him is that God will continue to uplift him, even in this Boys Brigade, that God will grant him more wisdom and understanding so that he'll be able to lead in the fear of the Lord and lead the boys to greater heights.
Professor Samson Duna that we are here today, to celebrate with, for his inauguration. Is a man of very strong character and is very honest.
Also inaugurated were the newly elected national office bearers who were charged to serve with integrity, uphold the ideals of the brigade, and provide strategic leadership for the advancement of the organization nationwide. The national executives of the Boys Brigade Nigeria also held a Thanksgiving service and national awards night, using the occasion to call for greater collaboration in youth development and national security. The Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, represented by Rear Admiral Olusoya Bankole, urged corporate organizations, private institutions, faith-based groups, and well-meaning Nigerians to support government efforts in building a more secure nation and in shaping the moral values of young people, especially the boy child. The event attracted top government officials, members of Boys Brigade, and distinguished Nigerians.
So what Boys Brigade is doing is an integral part of building a secure and prosperous nation. And I want to urge us to please continue to do that.
Our aim is to train a boy to become good future leader tomorrow. And again, what we normally do is that we train them in terms of Bible study, we train them with gymnastics, we train them with drills, we train them in knowing the word of God. We are here to thank people supporting the work of the Boys Brigade, either prayerfully, either with financial support, either giving us a policy for us to operate. We want to say thank you because you have supported us.
The thanksgiving was held under the theme, Give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good.
Want to appreciate God and also appreciate the people that have been supporting this organization to develop the boys. Once you are developing the youth, you are also developing the nation.
The support we did is simply based on the fact that we know what Boys Brigade stands for. We are convinced in the leadership in the national level and in the state level, and we feel it is a way to support the government. Have people that tomorrow they can stand in leadership positions for a better Nigeria.
As the Boys Brigade Nigeria continues to invest in character development, discipline, leadership and service, stakeholders express optimism that the organization will produce even more responsible and patriotic young men in years ahead.
The phrase ashwebi is often associated with weddings, particularly Nigerian weddings. But what happens when the ashwebi becomes more expensive than the wedding itself? And how much is considered too much to buy an ashwebi for a wedding? So we took to the streets to ask Nigerians their thoughts on the trend of exorbitant amounts being spent to buy ashwebi for weddings.
Nigerian wedding is known for the Ashobi style culture, yes, especially the Hausas. There is no wedding without Ashobi, yes.
So it will not look Nigerian?
Yeah, it will not.
It will not,
it will not look Nigerian without Ashobi. To me, I don't think it's right, honestly, because many people, there are some that likes Ashobi and some don't like it. So for you to just add someone to your Ashobi group telling him to do your Ashobi is not right, honestly. You have to ask the person for his own, like, yes. If he feels he can do it, then fine, you can ask him to do it.
There will be a drop on the man, and once the man refuses to pay that money, the woman will keep on pressing until you give her, because there is a belief that it says a man is the head of the family. So definitely when you give, you'll be free from it.
I don't think Ashobi would lose his trend, because how can I showcase my beauty without Ashobi? How can I represent my culture? How can I clock it? How can I not present my Nigerian? I'm a Nigerian, so definitely I will have to showcase my beauty on my Ashobi. That's it. Definitely I can spend millions on my beauties. I don't mind. I'm a baby girl. I can spend a lot of money on my Ashobi. Though some doesn't come to wedding because of the cost in Ashobi. But as a baby girl, you have to cooperate. No, ask your man. Some men do complain about the cost of Ashobi, but my man has to be. I don't know how we put it, but he has to be patient with me, has to blend, because he knows the lifestyle, he knows my lifestyle, and he will definitely have to cooperate. That's it.
There are times where women get more money than man. Must you wait for me to pay Ashobi for you? If a woman get money to pay Ashobi, he pay Ashobi. If a man, but it's not compulsory. After I don't think of how I go take chop in the term of Ashobi. Well, the first law of survival is chop, shelter, cloth not third. So then I should be there for the third category. So it's not very, very necessary unless you want to make it necessary for yourself. Now, woman, when you get conscience, they tell your husband may go Ashobi. Woman who get conscience go struggle. If you want to do Ashobi, you know, say you want to eat. You don't force me to do Ashobi.
Okay, so let me ask you this very honest question. What's the most amount of money you've had to spend on Ashwebi? And please be very honest with me. Like you're going for a wedding and what's the most amount of money you've had to spend?
0 naira, 0 kobo.
I don't understand. Meaning, you've never bought Ashwebi in your life?
No.
In your entire, in this Nigeria.
Are you talking about wedding?
Ashwebi for wedding, whether Ashwebi for marriage, whether Ashwebi for birthday party, Have you?
Okay, fine. If it's not for wedding, and for something else, 30,000 naira.
30K.
Mm-hmm.
I pass you now. Me, my own. Let me see. Kasha Manikwe, you know. Total. That's the entire total because I had to be in like 2 stalls. Let's say 50K.
Just 20K, madam.
50. Is still something. 20K is still something. That's at least that's money for data for like 2 weeks. Jokes apart. I feel this pressure to buy a Ashwebi consistently, like this thing where if you don't buy a Shebi, you are not my friend again. If you don't buy a Shebi, I don't know you. You are no longer. I just feel the pressure is becoming a bit too much. There was a video I saw of a lady online who said, I know a lot of you might probably take this the wrong way. Even my friend who's doing the wedding, I know she's going to see this, but I'm doing it honestly. At this junction, I can no longer afford this Ashwebi. I can't do it.
And you know the worst?
I can't be paying money for hotel, pay money for flight ticket, pay money for logistics, Uber, to and fro, pay money for feeding myself, and still have to now buy a Ashwebi of probably almost 100K. And there's a Ashwebi of 200K. Are you
Of course,
aware?
and even more than that, the aspect I even want us to look at as regards this topic is that some of the styles are so outlandish that you may not even wear the Ashwebi more than once.
That's where
like,
that's the pressure.
Why will I do this Ashwebi?
You saw
make Ashwebi for
one event.
Yeah, and then I can't repeat
done.
it. I'm sorry.
You get with the pressure of eyes repeating. You know, she's repeating her clothes, or she's broke. She can't afford to buy new.
I can't do that.
So this pressure, we don't need it.
Yeah, man.
Anything. We talk too much. Let's be going. All right, guys. It's always never enough time having fun on the show.
Yeah.
I've had fun. It's World Cup week. World Cup is already started, and yes, we had a successful hit watch. Mexico, South Africa. I don't want to say too much, but you get it. Yes.
You don't get it. Forget
about it. But it was fun, and we gotta go. But anyways, we're gonna be back here next week for another.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Money, one of the oldest inventions of human civilization, has taken many forms in Nigeria. From the early days of trade by barter to the introduction of cowries, coins, and naira notes, our understanding of value has constantly evolved. Today, as technology reshapes every sector, Nigeria is making another bold transition from cash to code, from physical money to digital value. This is the story of how we got here and whether everyone is keeping up.
In the 80s, in the 70s, you talk about transactional mode, that is the payment instruments such as check, promissory note, and the rest of them. If you bring it down to 1980s era, you see situations where there are checks transaction, people go to the bank to fill tellers up to 1990s, early 2000. But in the past 20 years, a lot has changed in the transactional system in the country, especially the monetary sector. You now have the advent of digital economy, the advent of internet facilitated a lot of this to happen. People can now sit in the comfort of their house or of their office. They can, make transfer for transactions. People are on the way traveling. They can make transfer for transactions. You don't have to fill check except where it is necessary. You don't have to queue up in the bank, except some people that are still analog in nature.
The journey began centuries ago, when trade by barter ruled local markets. The introduction of cowries and colonial coins standardized trade. Then came the naira, symbolizing national pride and modern commerce. But the 21st century ushered in a new era. ATMs, online banking, mobile apps, and fintech platforms transformed how Nigerians save, send, and spend money. From cash in hand to a few taps on a screen, the definition of money has changed forever.
International body like to do anything serious with an economy where transactions are largely cash-based. And that's helped the government of Nigeria through the CBN to introduce a lot of digital payment innovations. As people make more money, government get more taxes. And government use that taxes, to also benefit the members of the public.
Digital finance isn't just convenience, it is inclusion. It connects farmers in remote areas, empowers small businesses, and drives innovation in our economy. Yet, challenges remain connectivity, trust, literacy, and access. As we move towards a cashless future, one question remains. Has everyone caught up with this new wave of financial evolution?
You have more population of the country living in the rural area, not in the urban. So what government needs to do, once internet is provided, I wouldn't say government should buy telephone or phone or Android phone for everybody, no, but let there be infrastructure. The government should encourage the companies and the players within the telecom industry. That will enable internet to be across, and you see people will embrace online payment. This is a major thing I think will help government, because nobody like to operate in the old era. Everybody you see old people now who carry their Android phone and be playing with it. And if they can play with it, they can actually carry out online transaction. You see old people today, in their 80s, they still post on WhatsApp. It tells you that when we go more into the rural area, the unbanked population will be drastically reduced, if not zero.
Digital finance is changing how Nigerians live, trade, and connect. But true progress means more than going cashless. It means ensuring everyone is part of the journey. Because the future of money isn't just digital, it is inclusive.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Across rural settlements in the Federal Capital Territory and Benue State, more women petty traders receive business support grants from RHI. Partnership between RHI and Federal Ministry of Women Affairs is a beneficial alignment for Nigerian women and children, says Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, Women Affairs Minister. Details of these and more coming your way on today's episode of the Renewed Hope Initiative FR. My name is Adiri Taiwo. Many thanks for joining us. First Lady Oluremi Tinubu says the federal government will continue to promote knowledge of ICT, not just to bridge digital gaps, but as a tool to empower communities, especially women, in order to enable them break traditional barriers and access new opportunities. This was in Ihu Vandekia local government area of Benue State, where she inaugurated a new ICT community center to further drive digital inclusion. Vandekia, described by local legend as the rock settlement of monkeys, is a major agricultural hub located about 122 kilometers from Makurdi, the Benue State capital. Ihu, one of its sub-rural communities, is a beneficiary of a new ICT community center, another product of a collaboration between Renewed Hope Initiative and the National Information Technology Development Agency.
And to the benefit of our children, I hereby commission the Lucy Aluho ICT Center.
Inaugurating the center, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu says promoting knowledge of ICT is a significant tool for empowering communities, especially women, enabling them to break traditional barriers and access new opportunities.
By equipping themselves with ICT skills, women and girls can enhance their educational prospects, participate in global economy, and support their families. I urge members of this community to take full ownership of this center. The success of this center depends on your active participation and utilization of the resources available.
With this center, our farmers will be empowered with digital literacy so that they can use technology to capture soil data, to monitor weather patterns, and to use it for precision farming.
For the people of Benue State, the center is a seed of transformation.
The aim is to reduce the urban-rural education gap. The center will also promote entrepreneurship and incubation through workshops on business planning, financial literacy, e-commerce, and access to digital marketplaces.
The project will also generally contribute immeasurably to the empowerment of our youth and women, and in curbing youth idleness with its associated negative effects.
Before departing Vandekia, the First Lady announced a 50,000 naira business support grant to 1,000 women petty traders in EU and additional 1,000 beneficiaries in Makurdi under RHI Economic Empowerment Program.
Please, a round of applause for Mother.
She also inaugurated 10 township roads constructed by the state government in Makurdi. And in Karumajiji, a community on the fringe of the Federal Capital Territory, 1,000 women petty traders also received a business recapitalization grant of 50,000 naira each, courtesy of the Renewed Hope Initiative. Deputy National Chairman of RHI and wife of the Vice President, Nana Shetima, represented the First Lady at the event. Over 300 years old, Karumanjiji, a settlement on the fringe of Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory, remains famous not just for hosting a large colony of persons with disabilities, but also as a multicultural society where Nigerians of different ethnic stock, particularly low-income earners, call home. And it is to them that the wheel of fortune of the Renewed Hope Initiative now turns, as it empowered 1,000 women petty traders with business support grants of 50,000 naira each. As incentives for farming and other small-scale businesses, the initiative also handed out empowerment items, including 39 sewing machines, 13 grinding machines, 35 water pumping machines, 45 air dryers, 16 power tillers, and 5 keke tricycles to members of the community. The intervention, according to Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, represented by wife of the Vice President Nana Shetima, stems from the unyielding commitment of the Bola Tinubu administration to inclusive growth, particularly at the grassroots.
Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, has also asked me to inform you that the construction of a brand new secondary school in this community is in progress and will be completed soon, inshallah. This important project will expand access to quality education and provide greater opportunities for our younger people.
The empowerment of people with special needs is not merely an act of charity, no? It is an investment in human capacity, self-reliance, and social development. It sends a strong message that every Nigerian has a valuable role to play in our nation building.
Stakeholders in the community, led by the district head, applauded the intervention.
Those efforts have strengthened our confidence that government remains committed to improving educational standard and community welfare.
There is no small capital base. It depends on how you handle it. I believe with 50,000, there should be a total, you'll be able to do one or two things that can put food on your table.
Although they are below the legal voting age, children from the community found a way to give expression to their gratitude in a symbolic gesture of their collective trust in the current administration. The Renewed Hope Initiative story is a tale of impact. So, I had a sit-down with the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim, for insight on how RHI interventions are rubbing on the mandate of our ministry. Take a listen. Allow me to welcome you viewers to the office of the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim, who will be sharing with us on today's episode of Renewed Hope FR. Honorable Minister, you are welcome to Renewed Hope Initiative FR.
Thank you so much.
All right, as you well know, the mandate of your ministry and the target objectives of RHI, there is some bit of alignment there, and one can see that even you yourself, you've been very busy doing the rounds with the First Lady as she goes around the country empowering women. Recently, you were in Ekiti with her, where she empowered 2,000 women. Now, taking together all this empowerment that she's doing, in what direction is it actually leading, Nigerian women, particularly under this government?
First of all, I would like to start by appreciating, commending, and applauding Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu CON, our mother, the compassionate one, the generous one. Never in the history of Nigeria have we seen this level of intensity when it comes to the office of the First Lady. Women have felt it, women have seen it, women have heard it. Across different key social issues, we've seen Her Excellency come and intervene very strongly. It's an inspiration to all of us. We must give it to Her Excellency. That she has driven the message to the last mile. She has inspired everybody to go and do their best when it comes to social development, when it comes to, addressing social issues, when it comes to giving women a hands up and not a hands down. The direction is clear. Nobody has any excuse. She says it time and time again that I don't have a budget. As chairman of Renewed Hope's initiative, she has set the pace for others to follow and do more. I speak to a lot of my colleagues and they say that what she's doing is more than many, many ministries do. Really thank her for leading from the front. All of her initiatives are life-changing. From the Flow with Pride to the initiative for the people that are underserved, that usually are neglected, like the initiative for the nurses, where they were given very, very critical work tools, their scrubs and their ropes and things like that. So we appreciate Her Excellency. We commend her. We celebrate Renewed Hope Initiative at 3 years. And we do whatever it takes to ensure that we support all of her initiatives so that we can continue to drive the message to the last mile in delivering our social contracts with the people.
I've been at different events where I heard you referring to a charge to you that go and put resources in the hands of women. I call that a charge. I also see it as an empowerment model. Now, is this model really working for Nigerian women? Are you really putting resources into their hands? Is it meaning something?
It is working. Just like I said, in the previous administrations or in the past, you see women giving their hands down. So it's the same empowerment, but the model is different. When it comes to this kind of empowerment that is happening within the Renewed Hope Initiative, Renewed Hope Agenda, it's empowerment that gives women a hands up. When Excellency said, go put money in women's hands, I sat down and I thought about it. And I realized that what she's saying is that we should go and address women issues. Because when women have money in their hands, they have stronger voices. It strengthens the women's agency. When they have money in their hands, socially, their challenges would go. If you have money in your hands, you won't have nutrition problem now. Your kids will go to school. Women have money in their hands. Economically, they're okay. So there's no poverty. If women have money in their hands, politically, they can compete. They can contribute to the political agenda, of our country. So yes, the message is clear. The charge, I never take for granted. And we've been working to see how we can be able to trigger prosperity in everything that we do for women. Women are driving most sectors in the agro economy. Predominantly, smallholder farmers are women. But how do they get money in their hands? Not just become laborers and cultivate the farmlands and help with harvest and things like that. How can they become agro entrepreneurs? So Her Excellency's charge got me thinking, and that's what we're doing. And we thank Her Excellency for her support. We thank her for the guidance, for the mentorship. And I know that Her Excellency will go down in history as the First Lady who made it count, the one who has women's economic empowerment in her DNA. And I always say that Mr. President's legacy would be the legacy of economically empowering women. Mr. President has a goal of a vision for a $1 trillion economy. Collectively, we have a goal to deliver that. The women will not be left behind. They will be at the forefront of ensuring that we achieve that $1 trillion economy by 2030.
What you said about women not being left behind is actually very, very profound.
Yeah.
Now, RHI as a special purpose vehicle sort of thrives on collaborations with other ministries and with a special bias for your ministry.
Yes.
Perhaps you'd like to speak briefly about the impact of these collaborations, and also let us know if we should be looking forward to new collaborations and what it will mean for Nigerian women.
RHI, because of their objectives, they can collaborate with many ministries like education and health and environment. But the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development is the #1 ministry for RHI, because over 90% of beneficiaries are women. So we should easily, and we are mandated to be able to collaborate with RHI to ensure that we also learn the ropes and do whatever it takes to be able to scale up and also to sustain the interventions across different critical areas. And I'm sure you would agree with us that we're on the right track. I always tell people that whenever you watch Her Excellency or whenever you sit with her, you have to learn something. You must go home with something that is profound, that will help you to do better in the work that you do. And again, I was talking to somebody from the village, one of my uncles, and he was talking about 2027. And he says, you guys are good to go, that people know the good work that is happening that has never happened before. So don't let all this noise distract you. And he says what? Guess what? He says, Her Excellency, she means well. She has a clean heart and her generosity. She said that is the luck for all of you in APC, that she's your lucky mascot, because she means well, that never, ever in the history of Nigeria do you see a First Lady working this hard. She doesn't have to. She can spend half of her time resting or on holiday, but she works around the clock. There's no Saturday, there's no Sunday. And that's why God is going to continue to bless the Renewed Hope Agenda, the Renewed Hope Initiative. We thank her for this big vision that she has for the initiative. Just like I said, it puts everybody on their toes. Because if she is doing it, then everybody has no excuse. We can all do it. For me, it's an inspiration. I'll continue to, build up on what Her Excellency has started, because she took the floor with pride on her head. We made sure that for the first time in Nigeria, we have launched a menstrual hygiene policy. So you see, we've come from the policy angle, but she was the inspiration. So we must applaud Her Excellency, you know. As chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative, you know, she has driven the message down home. Her brand new legacy project, the food bank, I'm sure would help to put a lot of smiles on many faces. This year, Mr. President has declared it the year of family and social development. And we're not taking it for granted. We're coming from every angle. Be it nutrition, be it education, be it other social issues, or other social development components. Her Excellency knows that we're 100% sold to all of the objectives of the Renewed Hope Initiative, and we'll continue to do whatever it takes to support it so that we can reach many homes, we can reach many people, we can reach many families, we can reach many communities. Because most of the initiatives are not only tailored fit, but they're world driven. So that means they're localized. And all we can do is to continue to support, just to show that we appreciate all of Her Excellency's efforts, all of her sacrifices. A lot of sacrifices goes into this. And we see it, we recognize it. And I want Her Excellency to know that Nigerians know it. And I want Her Excellency to know that we love her and we adore her and we appreciate her. And we pray for God's guidance, for God's strength. We pray for God to reward her in abundance for all the sacrifices she had done for the Nigerian women, for the Nigerian children, for the families, and for the development of Nigeria at large. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
The Renewed Hope Initiative is not just about empowerment, it is about hope and inspiration. And from this sit down that I just had with the Honorable Minister, we can, of course, conclude that Renewed Hope Initiative is on the right track, you know, achieving all set agenda. Honorable Minister, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much.
And on behalf of our viewers, I'm saying thank you to you.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to assure the viewers that the Renewed Hope Initiative is not only renewing hope, but is restoring confidence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development. Now, moving on. Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, wants women judges to deepen their influence and be the anchor as Nigeria, and indeed Africa, strives to build a judicial system that is transparent, compassionate, and firmly grounded in the rule of law. She made the call at the African Regional Conference of the International Association of Women Judges in Abuja. From across the African continent, they converged on Abuja, stepping away from their traditional role as trusted arbiters of dispute for the Regional Conference of the International Association of Women Judges, a platform to connect, explore innovative solutions, and forge the way forward. The thematic focus of the conference, promoting excellence in the administration of justice, intends to strengthen justice system, not just in the areas of case management and technology adoption in court, but also by broadening perspectives through gender equity in the sector.
Women judges have made a difference in family law, in sexual and gender-based violence cases, in cases affecting children. Your contributions strengthen our judicial institutions and inspire future generations of women to pursue leadership within the legal profession and the judiciary.
While commending the association for sustaining commitment to promoting judicial excellence, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu also highlights the need to sustain public confidence in the judiciary as the central institution that guarantees justice and fairness in a democratic society.
Therefore, the presence of women on the bench adds value to the judicial system by broadening perspectives and deepening understanding in the dispensation of justice. Across Africa, women judges have broken through long-standing barriers and by their resilience and excellence paved the way for future generations of women in the legal profession. Your sustained commitment to promoting judicial excellence, gender equity, and access to justice continues to inspire both the legal community and the wider society.
Professional development is a necessity for a judicial system that is committed to excellence, says the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Kudirat Kekerekun, who however insists that the use of technology and innovation must be anchored on the foundational principles of justice.
Gender inclusion must be viewed as an indispensable component of the judiciary's commitment to fairness, equality, and the rule of law. In the same vein, we must encourage strategic and enduring mentorship initiatives that create pathways for continuity, sustainability, and intergenerational impact.
The National Association of Women Judges of Nigeria, as host of this important regional gathering, remains firmly committed to advancing judicial capacity, promoting gender equality within the judiciary.
The association was established in 1991 as a platform for collaboration and promoting judicial diplomacy among women judges across Africa. That report does it for us on today's episode of the Need Hope Initiative Half Hour. Another edition comes away next week. Till then, I urge you to stay hopeful, be inspired, and be empowered.
Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us, Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land.
Welcome to Nigeria, where dreams are big and the spirit is bigger. Young people are chasing opportunities, facing challenges, and looking for economic independence. From tech startups to street hawkers, young Nigerians are trying to make it in a country with opportunities despite challenges.
I started my business in school, University of Benin, right? And I studied computer science. And because of the fact that I just wanted to do more for myself, basically, right? I didn't have so much faith in the educational system. Not that it was bad, I just didn't have so much faith in it at the time. Because of that, I had to do something else. And what I had to do was I had to create businesses that provided solutions for the problems that I'm facing. Now, what I've noticed is that most young people, they think about first world problems. You can't be solving first world problems in a developing country, in a country like Nigeria, for instance, right? What you need to do is you need to create solutions for problems that you can fix within your local environment, right? So what problems can you see in your community, in your local government, in your state, in your geopolitical zone that you can address, right? Start from there. If you can create solutions for problems that you can see, right, you will definitely, you will definitely not struggle as much because you will have people that will be willing to give you money for you to be able to solve that problem.
Starting from my school days, I went to school and my course was changed. I went for SLT, Science Lab Tech, but it was changed to quantity surveying. But in the midst of that difficulty, I was able to put myself together because the first semester I was like, I'm lost. Why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I was crying and all that. But God helping me. It's another way to tell people that you don't have excuse. I don't have people that train me. I don't have this, so I decide to be this. No. I was faced with challenges because I don't like anything about building. I went into it. It wasn't easy. I overcame it. From there, I grew, practice. Interior came into it, but it wasn't easy.
Unemployment, financial strain, and self-doubt are part of the journey. But so are the grit and determination. These young Nigerians are turning their passions into successful businesses, and their stories are inspiring others to do the same.
Bringing your dream to reality, you need to be courageous. Bringing your dream to reality, don't let anyone talk you down. Don't let anyone tell you you can't do it. Because that is the biggest enemy of success.
The biggest thing I understand entrepreneurs, and something that I've come to realize, that Nigeria has over 200 million people, right? So what it specifically means is that Nigeria is a game of numbers. For instance, if 1,000 people are paying you 1,000 naira every week, do you know how much that is? That's a lot of money. So imagine you create a solution that is affordable, that people can key into on a weekly, on a monthly basis. Because of the sheer numbers of people that we have in the country, if you do a numbers game, you will be able to succeed. So even if we are still thinking, we all know that, okay, the Nigerian business today or the Nigerian economy may not be so encouraging, right? We all know that it's going to get better. It's definitely going to get better. So we do what we can now to, help us get to where we want to be. But I would say that that scale is constantly shifting.
In Nigeria, the struggle is real, but so is the spirit of survival. Let's celebrate the power of young Nigerians as they work towards realizing their dreams.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
This is the news issues. Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, inaugurated the 70-member interministerial task force at the State House.
Hands have to be on deck to make sure that it's a preventative measure, moves we're making, not curative. We don't want to be in the situation we were last time, where we had a carrier in the country and we were running helter-skelter. But today, we've covered a lot of grounds. We've set up the subcommittees that will deal with the issues concerned, and hopefully Nigeria will take the lead amongst African nations.
And President Bola Tinubu has commended MOFI and the National Agricultural Development Fund for strengthening Nigeria's fertilizer value chain. The president says their interventions are improving farmers' access in supporting the administration's food security agenda. President Tinubu said the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, now under MOFI and the Renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program through NADF, are delivering on the Renewed Hope promise to make food security a major pillar. He noted that through the initiative under MOFI, the government strengthened procurement systems, secured critical raw materials, signed forward supply agreements, and protected local fertilizer blending plants from the worst effects of global market disruptions. As the world commemorates World Sickle Cell Day, Kogi State Governor Hamid Usman Ododo has approved free health insurance coverage for persons living with sickle cell disorder across the state. A statement signed by the State Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fanwo, says the landmark intervention is aimed at easing the financial burden associated with the management of sickle cell disease and improving access to quality healthcare services for affected individuals, popularly known as sickle cell warriors. Governor Ododo said the initiative reflects his administration's commitment to building a healthier society where vulnerable citizens receive the care and support they deserve. He notes that sickle cell disorder remains a major public health challenge and called for greater awareness, early diagnosis, proper management, and collective support for those living with the condition. And that's the update at this hour. Thank you for your time.
They are called strong. They are expected to provide. They are told not to cry. Behind every family story is a father carrying burdens that many may never see. Today, we celebrate the silent sacrifices, hidden tears, and untold stories of fatherhood.
Hello and welcome to another very exciting edition of Conversation Podcast on NTA. It is special because we're celebrating very big heroes in our lives, and that's the fathers. This is the Father's Day edition.
Yes, today we are dedicating this episode to the men who work tirelessly behind the scenes. We're talking about the fathers, the guardians, mentors, and father figures whose sacrifices often go unnoticed.
Yes, and the world often celebrates them or look at them as just providers and protectors. Oftentimes, a lot of things around them are not taken cognizance of. One of them is a big one. I call it the emotional struggle. Now, there are other ones. Their mental health challenge, their fears, their challenges, their disappointments, and to a large extent, we also talk about this, their tears. They don't cry out, but they do cry.
That is why today's conversation is titled The Untold Stories of Fatherhood. We'll be exploring the experiences many fathers face, their silent tears, their pains, and how we as a family and society can help them live a healthier and happier life.
Yes.
After all, it is Men's Mental Health Month.
Fatherhood goes beyond just pleasant food on that table. It is inclusive of guardians for the children, mentorship, role models, providing, and a lot of times discipline and, correctional attitude and, activities towards the children. I don't know if I'm the only one thinking about that. Joy, we already heard you. We know you're in the house. Do you also think what I said it should be? Because a lot of times fatherhood we say is just food on the table.
No, it's not. It's gone beyond that. And that's why I keep saying that most of the time they say mothers are intentional. But these days, fathers are intentional. Fathers should be intentional.
Okay.
They shouldn't leave it for just the mothers to do their job, because most of the time when your father says anything, he doesn't have to say it. Just looking at his face, you get the message.
Oh, we have a father in the house,
yes,
right?
We do have a father in the house today to help us navigate the untold stories of fatherhood. He is a doctor, but more importantly, he is a father.
And when I asked him about his fatherhood, he said, I am an amazing husband and a proud father
to an
intelligent child. Okay,
wow.
So let's have him.
Dr. Sunday, can you introduce yourself to the house?
Okay, good morning. So I am Dr. Sunday Agbonika. I am a husband of one and a father of one as well. A very intelligent son, and very happy at that.
Very proud.
And I wear many hats, but on top of it all, I am a veterinarian. I also hold, I hold a veterinary degree from Ahmadu Bello University, and I hold a master's in animal welfare and behavior from the University of Pennsylvania.
Okay, thank you very much. Now you know our guest is ready for this show. And from the look of things, you get mouth too.
He's a crossfire. He's very intelligent.
He get mouth.
Husband of one. That's very key. That's very key.
So before we launch this, I'd like to pay tribute to a father that I love so much, and that's Davido. What he did for the children, in captivity, on the world stage. He came up
that
wearing...
for me was, I cried.
Okay.
I did cry. And guess what? I think because Davido is an intentional father, I think he's just thinking about his child that he lost. And so when it comes to children, I noticed Davido is a bit compassionate. So I think that was why he did it on the world stage, and it was a very good thing to do. Yeah.
Okay.
And everybody's talking about it.
Yes, everybody's talking about it. And I noticed they showed a clip of Burna Boy and Shakira. Nigerians, I think they had the highest population of artists in FIFA.
Even though we didn't qualify.
Not there. You can imagine if we qualified. What would happen?
Oh my God! Did you see the song? Did you see when they were singing? What's his name?
Rema's song.
Rema's song. My God,
this was a lie.
Imagine if Nigeria
people were singing.
That's what it would be Nigerian FIFA. It would be Nigerian World Cup.
I was just
Nigerian World Cup.
Calm down.
Calm down. And
I was proud.
It was beautiful.
It was.
And we have a bit of Rema's song there. Yes.
Qualify, but
we qualified.
So how has the tournament been so far, though?
The tournament.
I know you were watching football yesterday.
Oh yes, I did, and I was almost late. The tournament for me started a bit slow because there were so many issues. But you see, the thing about football is that people have just packed it, because I'm a Messi fan. Others will say Ronaldo was the best. For me, Messi was the best. Unfortunately, it was an African country that he defeated. But he's 38. This is his last World Cup. I can't believe a 38-year-old man scored a hat-trick. So for me, the French team played yesterday as well. They played Senegal. It was macho to macho, but I guess when you score that goal, it weakens your stuff.
All right, enough for the World Cup, because I know let's get into what we are here today. We have a lot of it coming on World Cup with medley. Medley shows. So you have to wait until 1:30 to digest that. But before we kickstart today, let's touch base with Debbie, and you get to find out the real cost of men's struggle. Then we get to talk.
For generations, men have been viewed as providers, protectors, and problem solvers. Society often expects them to carry the financial, emotional, and social burdens of their families and communities. But what happens when the weight of responsibility becomes too heavy to bear? From paying school fees and rent to caring for aging parents and supporting extended family members, many men find themselves juggling multiple responsibilities at once. While responsibility can give purpose and direction, excessive pressure can take a serious toll. Health experts warn that chronic stress increases the risk of high blood pressure, stroke, anxiety, depression, and sleep disorders. Unfortunately, most men do not openly discuss their struggles due to societal expectations that they must always appear strong. The burden becomes even heavier during periods of financial hardship, unemployment, or economic uncertainty. Some men work long hours with little rest, sacrificing their physical and mental health in an effort to meet expectations. The strength of a man should not be measured by how much burden he can carry alone. True strength includes knowing when to seek support, prioritize health, and maintain balance. As conversations around mental health and well-being continue to grow, there is an increasing need to acknowledge the weight that men carry and to create environments where they can thrive. Because when responsibility becomes overload, the cost may be measured not only in stress, but in years lost from a man's life.
According to a great artist of our time, Flavor Nabania, to be a man, it's not a day's job. Did you ever see your father struggle? Because I think I grew up, I don't see my father struggle.
No, that's what you think.
No, like
no,
I
you
didn't
see.
see.
She said she did not see.
I didn't see.
So that
But I feel like he
cover up.
Yes.
They do. Our parents. Well, let me not say our parents. For me, I can say that, because if anybody told me my father struggled, I would say it's not true.
Exactly.
That's how it is for most of us.
So he knew how to manage it that we didn't know.
True.
You know, there was something my father said after retirement. Something happened, and all of them were set to leave. And my father said something, and it's still resonating with me today. And he said, from where you are now and where you're going to lose half of your friends. I didn't understand what he meant.
Oh, wow.
You understand? So
you
see, you cannot be coming from Ikoyi and going down the mainland and you think your friends will stick with you. But I didn't understand. But guess what? The minute I moved down, I had friends who say I don't go across the bridge. But you see, and that thing has helped me all through my life, that people tend to be your friends or be with you because of the environment they see you and they feel you're there. And that is one thing I took
from your father.
From my father, very young.
Okay.
That any situation you find yourself, expect it. Yeah.
You know, I think that generally men have a lot of pressure. Growing up, maybe I was always with the woman, that's my mom. Yeah. So I saw a lot of hard work. So I felt men generally have soft life. So I used to dress up like a man because I wanted to be a man. Yes. I wanted to be the man because I didn't want to have to go to market, take care of kids, cook, do all of that, because I felt man's job was just easy. You come into the house, there's food served for you, you leave, you come back. I wasn't even sure I could reckon with him bringing money because I didn't see when the money exchanged hands. Yes. But as we got older and got wiser, I found out that he was actually picking a lot of bills. All the sweets, all my health challenges, everything, it was on his pockets. And this man still had time to take us for rides, take us on holidays, you know, ask you about your schoolwork, you know, even though your mom does the assignments, but when he comes back, how was school today, blah, blah, and all that. And I recall even when I was in the university, I had married. And my father just did not want to let go. So once in a while, he would pretend like he came for an errand around my university area. And then he would come to there was no cell phone. So he will come to the school and goes like, I said, what are you doing? I said, I came to check up on ABCD. So I said, okay, so your school is nearby. Let me see if you're there. I know my father came to check on me to see how I'm doing in the school. But then, I'm not a father. There's a father in the house. I was Dr. Sunday. I would like to find out, being a father, how cheap, how easy it is.
Thank you, first of all, for all the perspectives you've shared. So being a father is a tough challenge. It's a strong nut to crack, especially because, so we all grew up knowing you're supposed to be a man. We grew up knowing as a man, you're supposed to muzzle it as far as your feelings and everything goes. We grew up knowing that as a man, you really cannot show weakness and everything. And so with all of that, you go through a lot, especially with the changing dynamics in the world of today. So as a man, you could go through a lot, but it is something that you have to keep within. And like you've all rightly said as well, it many times is not stuff that you would also especially bring out to discuss with the children, and depends on your partner as well. You may or may not sometimes be able to discuss the full weight of certain things with your partner. So the weight of all of it remains with the man. And it can really be a strong nut to crack sometimes. But thank God for the fact that God has helped us. And it also translates to some of the statistics and data you may have seen or heard, that most often the men usually live shorter than the women, even in marriages. So the mothers live longer, most times, than the fathers. It still boils down to the weight he has to carry and the weight that he may not necessarily be bringing out there, but carrying in himself.
I have a question to ask. You're talking about all these weights that you are carrying. Do you put talk to someone? Is there someone you put talk to specially?
Therapist.
Because I know that they say women talk, there's girls talk. At times, you'll be overwhelmed that you go to your mother. And is there guys talk or men's talk?
Men's talk or father's talk?
Or father's talk, because...
Yes, definitely. So every guy should also have like his own, how do I call it, his own family. Yeah. By family now in terms of, I mean like your guys that you sit with, you talk with. And it's also good to have that support system where you're able to have your guys that you can share you can sit down to discuss, and then people who are also in the same bandwidth with you, if I'll put it that way. I mean, it's to say, so like, it's easier for a man going through some of these challenges and all to sit down with his guys who are equally married and then have discussions. It may be a thing of having those discussions with his guys that are married and all, and then you're able to understand and bring your different perspectives. Oh man, see how me I'm going through it, or see how me I'm navigating my own. Oh my guy, take them easy. All of that whole support system. It's also a different thing when like a married man is now having these conversations with friends who may not necessarily be at that stage just yet, and they may not necessarily get, and so you're more or less now trying to mentor them rather than trying to get the support that you need and all. So every man should actually also have your support system of friends who you're able to sit down with, have those conversations with, and they're able to share their own challenges, how they're navigating. You're able to share yours, and you're able to, let me use like the word a friend of mine would always say, compare notes. And then when you're comparing notes, now see how best you can be able to, what you can take from this person's notes, what you can give this person from your own notes, and all of that.
You know, it's good to have that conversation, but you're saying it, my mind is still going like this. Yeah. Because sometimes in the attempt to compare notes, you over-compare notes. Yes. So it's important to know what to filter out and what to let be. For instance, and when you're also comparing the notes that you want to share with other people, it's important for us to be very objective with the notes we're presenting. Because if you go in because of emotional grievances you have, you tell your friends wrong things about your wife, you know, or your children, it calls back to you. And I always say, it's easier not to talk cheap. About your family, because at the end of the day, that's really where your backbone is.
Yes,
Try to build it stronger. You know, thank you for sharing that bit with us. But then I also know that some men will go to in the evening. There are people. In fact, one of them is watching me as I talk.
They go to joints.
Joints.
Maybe that's what did he say? Maybe that's their own family.
I see.
It might be their family and where they're unwind.
Let me not lie to you. I don't have anything with joints.
See, men may not have money.
Yes.
They see drink money, they must have it.
Because maybe that is their own therapy.
No, they might not have the money. If you go to this joint, you realize that most of the time, owe me.
Huh? What is
that they owe? Then when it's end of the month, they pay this.
Wow.
Yes. You see them, they don't go to
then
different...
Why every day?
They don't go to different joints. Sorry. They don't go to different joints. they go to joints that they know them, and they go all the time. And it's easier for them to owe the person because the person knows you are coming the next time. Yeah, that's like, look, let's call a spade a spade. That is the truth. And I always tell people it's not supposed to be a habit. I tell people you can go and drink once in a while. And most of the time, people take advice from where the joint they go to. And for me,
that's my fear.
Yeah,
exactly.
and for me, when you start taking advice from joints you go that the person is either drunk or he doesn't know certain things, then there's a problem. Let me tell you what I do when it comes to when I meet a man. I always tell people that, see, whether we like it or not, fathers have to be intentional. I always drum that because it's what the kids see their fathers do. That is what they're going to do when they grow up. I said something here about a year or 2 years ago. I had a friend, the guy was my friend, and I realized that he was always beating his wife. And because he's my paddy, I said, bros, come. Why you no go look for man where una go do this thing? Why do you always like to
even buy a punch bag?
No, I said, why do you like to beat your wife? You know, he said something. He said, oh, well, my father beat his wife and beat his mother. And nothing happened and she stayed. But guess what? I'm not going to blame my friend because that is all he knows. That's the way he can control. Because what you don't know, you can't really give. So that is why we keep telling parents, fathers, stop saying your wife is stupid, your wife is this, your wife is that. Because when they grow up, these kids automatically, some other kids will say, no, this is how I grew up. I will not want to be like this. And that is why I'm very happy now that men are going to see shrinks because the system is mentally warped.
It's really bad, and it's even getting worse because he mentioned earlier that men are not expected to cry.
Yeah.
We're going to, get back to our guests, but at the moment, let's see what the men on the streets are thinking. How do they manage their emotions when it's going crazy? Vox Pop.
The ability to control one's emotion is very important because there is nothing anger so. Reacting with angers even complicate issues. But as a man who has deeper understanding, you know that you need to be calm. Yeah, you need to be calm. And when you are calm, it is after you reflect on it, you know exactly what really happened. Sometimes it might even be your own action triggers what brings offense without you knowing. And not everybody can be. We always believe that we are all right at every time. You understand? But not so.
For me, I don't used to cry if they make me angry. Once they make me angry, then I know that they are my parents or they are my colleagues or my brothers. So they know me some, and I have a younger ones. But if it's my senior ones, I will control my anger because even though if I react, the thing will still bounce on me again. So sometimes I used to control my anger. Sometimes I will walk out there. Then I know that I'm not seeing the person that makes me angry.
So the way that I can control my feeling from my family is that I was a teacher before coming here, Abuja. So I'm very, very good in mathematics. So whenever I take my mathematics question, if I start solving it, I used to feel happy, very, very happy. I can even call her and tell her, I forgive you, don't repeat it again.
Sometimes if your wife she give you something you angry with her, you're supposed to come out the house. You leave her, you come out the house. After she be patient, you can
come back. When you come back, you can address her. That if anything you tell me, you go settle in between you and her.
Well, for me, as you can see me, in case of any eventuality of this, I normally smile. Smile is my own. Look, I hide my pain because if I voice it out, it cannot solve the problem. I only smile, no matter how. I apply emotional intelligence by controlling myself, by pacifying the member of the family to make them see reason why things we should tolerate each other and live in peace and harmony.
Well, I try as much as possible to keep silent and walk away. Yeah.
Men don't talk. And this is something that we have to look at. They're taught to be a man and internalize everything. And then on top of that, us women, we have never learned, we were never taught what it means to create the atmosphere for your man to open up himself to you. And so in times, in moments where your man opens up himself to you, it's very hard for you to receive it. In fact, in a moment where you were upset at him, angry at him, mad at him, you used that information that he gave you, which was so sacred, against him. It was a slap to his face. And now you're asking yourself, why doesn't he talk? Why doesn't he want to speak to me? Why isn't he going the same way that he did before? So we have to learn how to create the atmosphere for a man to open up himself to us.
It's our job as women to make sure that the environment, the atmosphere, emotionally speaking, even physical at home, it's conducive for our men. Even if it's in the office, we should be the same way. Men must learn to open up before they die young. And I'm just saying that in my head, some of those men, I don't want to say you lied, but you prevaricated.
Let's ask our guest.
Okay, let us go to the guest. How do you manage your own? Do you cry?
Nobody even said cry.
Thank you for a good number of the things you had said, and even the people from the streets had said earlier. So people manage it different ways. Yes, there are things that will be better shared, let's say with your, like I said earlier, with your family, like your guys and all. There are also things that wisdom would let you know that are not the things to take to your guys and stuff. There are things you would rather just take some time off from, like if it's a heated, especially if it's something with your partner, that you will just detach from it a bit, probably when you go to the office or some other time where you're able to get some time off to process and then come back. And sometimes you discover when you're able to process and everything, you come back with a new perspective, or at least you're able to come back with a better solution or a way around it. For me as a person, I navigate some of these different ways. And then one other way that I also navigate challenges, and I've been doing that even before I got married and still do that as well, is also having mentors. And by mentors, I mean people that have walked the path before you. Yeah. I personally have had not one, not two, but then different mentors for different areas of my life. So people who I feel and I respect because they have shown character and all of that in different areas, that when you have challenges, you're also able to go sit down with them to get counsel from. So as a person, there are things I take to my guys, for example, to speak and then just get that perspective. There are things that I will just take some time off to be able to find how to process better. And there are also things I will take to a mentor to say, you've walked this path before me, I have this challenge, how do I go through this? So I would advise that men have these different layers of support, and then you're able to now apply wisdom to know, okay, this particular challenge, where do I go? Or how do I process this? Do I take this to someone else? Do I take time off on this to think about this? And just that whole process.
Okay, it's interesting because it just cleared up when we complained about people carrying us to the beer parlor. So it means that there are certain things for beer parlor, there are certain things for pastors, different things. It's important. Yeah. But somebody asked us a question, I just went through it. I want to find out from you, particularly, A woman sent a message. She says men don't assist in the homes as they should.
Yeah.
And from my own background, my father used to say a man is not supposed to be in the kitchen. True. I don't know if it's real
African
or not.
background.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what do you think about men helping out with chores, at home? I know as fathers, you're entitled to a lot of things, but would it also affect you mentally or affect your struggle?
So with helping out with chores at home, yes, society had taught men, especially our African society, our Nigerian societies, depending on the culture you come from, that men are not supposed to do certain things. Well, the world is changing. We're evolving in different ways and all. And traditionally, that was mostly because back in the days, the man was supposed to go out, spend all of his time out there, either farming or hunting or whatever else to bring home what was due to the family. In today's world, they're not necessarily going out to hunt. And in today's world, the wife as well is also going out to work and do her own stuff. We are here, for example, and I'm a man here, I'm the only man here, and I'm speaking with the three of you and all women who are also leaders in your own rights and doing your own thing as well. So
you forgot to count the cameramen.
The cameramen and all of that, yes. So just bringing all of that to say the world is changing, society is changing today. So it also will not now be reasonable for a man to expect, for example, that the wife has been out all day as well, working, and then she comes back home and she's probably spending the next 3-4 hours doing meals, doing every other thing at home, cleaning the house and everything as well. So it's where the man also would now bring in wisdom to see how to manage the home and manage even the partner as well by whatever way he can support. When I say whatever way he can support, I would say there are different ways a man can navigate it. If you feel you absolutely cannot, then why not get people to pay to come stay with you and take care of the things within the household? But otherwise, man up, as a friend of mine would say. It would also be a thing of saying you can man up and support with a few of the things at home, and then let the wife as well work around some of the things. So it's not now to leave the home entirely to the woman to manage, but then you are more or less like seeing it from the perspective of we are now partners. I, for example, never wanted a wife who was just a housewife. So meaning I also needed to come to a place where I am telling myself in my mind as well, I am marrying a woman who is a career person, meaning I need to also find a way to support her at home. So it's also important for many men to either get that mind shift, or if you are not able to navigate that, then to say, okay, if it is cooking, I have people as well in the house to cook. You do your thing, especially if she's a career person who is also able to go out there. I have people who are able to help with the things at home. I'll pay them to do all of that, and then you do your thing. So different ways that a man could navigate it. It's either working together as a partner or having people run some of those things for the man or for the home, while the wife is able to also get a break or catch a break.
All right, the lines are still open, so for those who are watching, you can send Happy Father's Day messages to your fathers. And if you're a man, tell us how you want to be treated better to be a happier person.
Can I butt into
yes, please.
What he said? You see, it's so convenient when we're in this country to say we don't do certain chores. And I realize that the same people who are here, when they tend to go abroad,
they do all of it.
They do all of it. You know, they push the kids on the buggy, they take them to school, they give them baths, they cook. So here I'm sitting down, I'm wondering, why is it so easy for them to be able to do it there and not be able to do it here? And you see, the thing here is that I'm an Igala woman, so I know my Igala father cannot go to the kitchen. My brothers don't go to the kitchen. You understand? But things are changing, and we have tried to change the kids. We try to tell them that it's not a woman's job to on the generator. It's not the woman's job to fix the bulb. It's not the woman's job to wash the clothes. It's not a woman's job to iron.
If you're saying all of that,
yes.
I think automatically I'm a man because I do all of that.
No, you grew up wanting to be a man. You grew up wanting to be a man. I'm a hands-on woman. So I do the things the men do, and it's fine with me. But the thing here is that when you have mothers who have to get the kids ready for school, they're rushing, they have to go to work, they have to cook for their husbands, and there are some husbands I know who don't eat second-day food. It beats me.
I think I'm a man.
So that's what I'm yes,
because I don't
know
eat
you
overnight food.
So it's not really easy. And even, sometimes women parboil the meat or something. There are some men, you have to do everything fresh. So you see, Lagos,
they should bring money for fresh.
No, it's not about the bringing the money. It's the stress and the pressure. Especially like when I used to live in Lagos, I had some friends who were bankers. They live on the mainland and they work on the island. And the husband is waiting at the house for the woman to come and cook.
All right, so it's not about women today. So
it's not about women.
We're not going to answer that. Somebody sent us a question. Salam alaikum, bonjour you all. Well done. In summary, if one is blessed with good wife, you will live long without any issues. That's from
That's very true.
And it goes back to and a good wife also is made by a good husband. And my guest has just told us that he's a good husband. Sarah, doctor, I'd like to ask you a question particularly. As a man, what do you think we women, because we don't know you that much, what should we do to ensure that we make you happier, we make you, I don't know, your adrenaline to run better, we just want to see the men happier and live long for us. What are those things women are not doing that you think we can do? It's nobody's watching, it's you and me talking.
Okay, so first of all, like that video clip that was played earlier with the woman talking about the fact that most men find it or struggle with even being open to their partner. One of the first and simplest, or do I say most basic things would be to even be open enough as a woman, for example, to be able to have your partner, your man, open himself to you. And like she did share there, the wrongest thing the woman would ever do would be to use what he shares in those moments when he's being open and everything against him. Because you've literally told him, you are no safe area for me to be able to bring these things out. So it's more like, I have to keep this within me. So having that kind of supportive partner who is encouraging of the man to be able to be open enough and all, would also, like they say, a problem shared is a problem solved. Sometimes, like we have already established, there are things that are better not taken out there, but are things that are better just shared probably with your partner. And so having that support system at home where you're able to just unbundle and just bring out and really share your concerns as a man and all can be refreshing. Knowing that you have a partner that you're able to just be free with and open with alone at home can be really refreshing. And then beyond that, it's also as good as saying, well, we are men. Like they say, so a woman wants to be pampered, a woman wants to be all of that. Well, a man also wants to feel like a king, simply put. And so it's also doing everything you can to make the man feel like a king in his castle. For you to make him feel like this home is his castle, and in this home and in this your castle, you are the king, you reign supreme and all. I'll give an example. I had a friend back in university who I wouldn't want to mention her tribe and all, but then she was a really good friend of mine. And we were so much of friends that when she was getting married, I was the only person who was on the groomsmen, who was a groomsman, but then was more of a friend of the bride than the friend of the groom. But because the husband knew I was coming for the wedding, he told me, Sunday, you are so close to my wife and everything and all of that is established. So, but you cannot, because of the relationship, come to my wedding and not be a groomsman because of that. So I was the only groomsman who was a groomsman, but then more of a friend of the bride than the friend of the groom.
Groom's bride.
But like I learned something from her back then. She knew that in her culture, the man would always, the woman bends to give food and all of that to the man. She knew it was not something that was natural for her. So the one thing she was always doing in university back then was, I would come visit her. She was a really close friend that I visit her a lot. And then when I'm with her and all, she comes to give me stuff, and then she's kneeling down, bending down, I'm laughing at her. But she will tell me, see, if you like, laugh. Now, you know, all me I know is I'm using this to practice because this thing will be no easy for me. I'm using you to practice. And so I don't know about their marriage and everything, but I want to feel like that's something. And then she was also very specific on the fact that she wanted to marry somebody from her tribe, which was what she eventually did. So for her, she knew this is what someone from here would really appreciate. This is what will make someone from here feel like a king in his castle. So let me do this for him. And so they're out of the country now, but I want to believe that going as far back as university and using me to practice, it's something that even though they're out of the country and all, she would do for him even there, and will make him feel like a king even in where they are right now, where it's not supposed to be the norm in the culture.
Okay, that's a good one.
If you say so. If you say so.
But he did make a point, because at the end of the day, in your home, even if it's a half-bedroom apartment, you know, not one bedroom, half now, the man is a king, and we must recognize that.
The bills.
Whether he's paying the bill or not, he's the crown, and you're the neck that is moving the crown. Okay. That's how it is. Okay, we have more comments coming in. He says, good evening. It's actually morning. Maybe he's not writing from Nigeria. Gentlemen and ladies in NTA, this is the first time I joined your program. Men should stop beating their wives.
Thank you.
Some women are noisemakers, but just walk away.
Just walk away.
The way you can tune off FM, it will change a lot. And he says he's Honorable Lord Marco Joe from Durumezi Mberi. Okay. The next question, let me take one more before I ask you my next question. Kudos to all fathers all over the world. Fathers are the backbone and pillars of our existence. Despite any man's weakness or financial status or background, the role and power can never be erased. It's God's given mandate. God bless all fathers. Emmanuel Efan from Yola, Adamawa State. You had something to celebrate the men.
Yes, because now that we're talking about it, it's not just about, you're talking about crown and kingship. Let's also look at songs to celebrate fathers.
Okay,
however,
music.
Yes.
It was difficult.
It was difficult to find. I realize it's as if we don't like men, well, we don't like fathers. There are more women, mother songs than fathers.
Yeah, Luther Vandross sang his. I think that's the only one I know about fathers, actually.
That's the only one you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's launch this from Blessing and see.
Hello, my beautiful people. I am gladly back to be on your screens again, your girl with the rhymes and vibes. You know, anytime I turn up, it's all goodie bags. Yes, you heard me, goodie bags. And today is all for our fathers. Music to celebrate Father's Day is hard. It's not just easy to find. But I did my job. I did my homework. And in no particular order, we'll be starting with this ancient one, titled I Love My Daddy by Ricardo. Too emotional there, right? I'm sorry, but I've got more in stock for you guys. On number 2, today is Father's Day by Abuja. Take it. You're all having fun here, because I am. Our heroes, our fathers, deserve all of it. Next is an all-time killer, girl child, boy child, every child, including adult child. Love it. Luther Vandross, Dance with My Father Again. Memory lane Drew writes, come back a little. Does your father love saxophone? Then this next song is for him. Father Love by BJ Saxophone.
Àwọn ní bàbá kan, bàbá tó mọ iye ọmọ, bàbá tó ń kẹ́ wa bí ẹyin, ó kàn wá bí ọmọ. Is the father of the fatherless, helper of the helpless, hope of years to come, helper in the time of need. treasure of my heart, my sheep.
Bedu for papas and daddies. I'm not done. Wait for this one. A love song for all daddies on their special day. Legacy of a Father.
For every sacrifice behind the scenes, for holding us through all the in-betweens, we see the Father's image in your hands, steady anchor in the shifting sands. We pause to hurry, we kneel to say, we love you more than words.
Did you enjoy that? It's your girl Blessing saying Happy Father's Day to all our fathers, especially to my daddy, Mr. Joshua Tokan. See you next time. I leave you with this one for the road. Catch it.
Every word you say, our hero, every single day, stood beside us all the way. Happy Father's Day.
Yes, we are all killed in to celebrate the Father's Day. And I really got myself hyped and emotional to thinking about my dad.
Yes.
But I want to find out which of them did you like most? I remember you mentioned dance.
Yeah, well, dance with my father. Well, today is not about us. Yes, today is not about us. Today is about fathers. So I'm throwing the question back to Dr. Sunday. Which song did you like the best among the songs?
So they all sank in really well, and I enjoyed them all. But I would still go back to the all-time classic, Dance with My Father.
All right, do you enjoy dancing with your son? And do you play games with your son as well?
Yes, definitely. My son loves to come and make us play football and make us dance, make us literally all of those.
And I'm asking, when do you have this special, because a lot of times people do things as family, but on your own side, do you have a special father-son time?
Yeah, so there are times when, so like for us, we just make out time every now and then to see how my wife has some time with him, I have some time with him and all. So there are daddy and son, there are times when we call it daddy and son time. We could just, two of us, just go off, for example, just go to the cinema, sit down, watch a movie, or just go sit down somewhere else, have a conversation, and literally we have our own daddy and son time when we just decide what we want to do for that particular daddy and son time day. And then there are also moments with his mom when they also decide to do their thing.
Okay, that's really concern.
Yeah, I want to use myself as an example. My father's time, you know, when we were growing up, it was so we used to sit on the table to eat together. I notice it's not happening anymore. Everybody just goes, carries their tray, and they just eat. So it was easier for us to sit down and banter and talk and discuss. The other one that I notice is that sometimes, most of the time, you know, our mothers take us to school and all that. So
now it's more fathers.
So most of the time when you take your kids to school, it's so easy to talk about certain things. And the thing here is that my father used to make up time during the weekends because he was a military man. So he used to make up time during weekends to take you to the club, take you swimming, so that you just, let's talk. Let's really talk. Okay, what are your issues? And you know, all those kind of things, because sometimes the way a mother advises is totally different from the way a father advises.
Fathers are more listening,
so I think fathers should try and create more time where they can, you know, talk with their kids.
What's your exciting moment with your father?
I have the best in daddy.
Sure. Yeah, you have the best.
The best in daddy.
Are you saying
That's
because
my
you're in front of Ghana?
No, that's the best. That's the best in daddy. I call him godlike Agada.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Wow.
That's my amebo partner. We do amebo.
Amebo.
Our own time is like maybe in church.
Yes.
We do amebo of everybody. We do wide driving. It's just that's the man in my life.
Okay, so we will
That's
take
very
more messages here. Good morning, NTA presenters. As a man, I am with my wife and 3 kids. I assist to cook, to wash dishes. I love doing it even when I'm back from work because that's how I was raised up. I do it to relieve stress from her. But one thing I don't like is that she's not to be taken for granted. Zimo from Port Harcourt. That's really nice.
That's nice.
May husbands like you continue to increase.
Amen.
Good morning, presenters. If I see a man in the kitchen, is either the woman does it. I don't know how to cook, or is she sick? Anyway, your message is not very clear. I'm trying to.
No, I understand where he's coming from. A man is not meant to be in the kitchen. Period.
But I don't believe that. Yeah. I don't believe that. So it's
My father should not enter the kitchen. I beg him. He should not.
All right, before we leave, I still want to go back to our guest for his final thoughts. And this final thought, I'm very specific about it. I'd like to know, can you open up to your son, like clearly everything? Can you cry in front of your child?
Oh, yes, okay.
Can the father cry?
Get that CB. Get that CB.
Well, it's not something I've done so far in his existence. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen. Let me just put it that way.
Thank you for your honesty.
You know, why I say this is when we go to see psychologists, they tell us, let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go,
Yeah.
you know, and it makes you feel better. And we are talking about men and making their life better. Can you tell us that you will take it home and think about it, that you're going to be able to cry in front of your wife? And the men who are watching us, if you can cry in front of your wife, please send us a message. We'll read it and we'll respond to you. It's a message for you to take home. Yeah. Are you going to do that for us?
I'll take it home and think about it.
That's an Igalama.
That's an Igalama.
All right, what's your final words for today for all the men who are listening?
Okay, so final words is just to say that, so like I did mention earlier, it's more or less a partnership. And I like to say it this way, it's a partnership with reciprocity. So the wife, for example, should treat the man as the king of the castle. And then the man also a reasonable man should also, with that level of this thing, should also respond back as well by treating the wife as the princess, the queen, and the godmother of the home and of the castle as well. So it's that relationship that the children also see, and then they also grow up to know that this is what the picture should be. Sure. The man and the wife are one, they are partners, but at the same time, they each support each other, but beyond support, they each also prioritize each other. So that's what I'll leave as that's my own take home, to say, yes, if this is done, it brings a harmonious home, and we will have children growing up as well to be the next generation that will also embody these characters.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much. And from this divide, I'd like to say happy Father's Day to all the men that I know, you know, and all the men who are watching me here, the cameramen, I see you. You're all fathers, and we're happy you're here. We have a lot of men in NTA, from our Director General down to the last of them. We say happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's
Please
Day.
live long. We don't want you to die and leave us, because we don't have another one.
Aura for aura.
Aura for aura. Live for live. Okay?
Happy Father's Day to my daddy. Thank you.
Happy Father's Day to my daddy, where he's watching us. You know? Yeah.
So, on behalf of everybody here,
bye.
All is set for the Ekiti governorship election on Saturday. President Bola Tinubu commenced Ministry of Finance Incorporated and the National Agricultural Development Fund for strengthening Nigeria's fertilizer value chain. Plus, NEMA flags off flood victims resettlement housing project in Makwa. These and more on Panorama with me, Musa Abubakar. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has commenced the distribution of sensitive election materials to designated locations across Ekiti State. Olukemi Sani reports that the exercise aims at ensuring the timely deployment of materials and strengthening public confidence in the electoral process.
Under tight security and in the presence of representatives of political parties, election observers and the media, the Independent National Electoral Commission officials supervised the distribution of sensitive materials, including ballot papers, result sheets, and other election documents. The State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Bumi Omosheindemi, said the exercise demonstrated the commitment of the Commission to transparency, accountability, and the conduct of a credible governorship election. He urged voters to conduct themselves responsibly and participate actively in the democratic process.
But all arrangements for the election have reached an advanced stage. Our personnel has been trained, non-sensitive materials has been deployed, and the coordination with security agencies and other critical stakeholders have been strengthened to ensure a peaceful and orderly process.
We are putting plans in place to ensure that these materials, they arrive safely at all designated polling units across the state by Saturday morning very early to enable the commencement of voting at the stipulated time at the various polling units.
Political party agents who monitored the distribution expressed satisfaction with the level of openness displayed by the electoral body, while urging the Commission to sustain the same standard during voting and collation. In Ado-Ekiti, Olukemi Sani, NTA News.
Still talking about Ekiti state election. Let's now join Ayodeji Ogunsaki for an update. Ayodeji, can you tell us the latest and how prepared are the people of Ekiti for tomorrow's election?
In the couple of hours, the people of Ekiti State will be going to the poll to cast their ballot for the candidate of their choice among the 13 governorship candidates who are vying to occupy the seat of power at the popular Oke-Ayoba and here at the main market in Ado-Ekiti, the state capital. The situation is calm and it's a reflection of the readiness of people that they are ready for tomorrow's election. And funny enough, the Ekiti state government has declared today as public holiday, and this has given people ample opportunity to be able to travel to their various communities, especially those who are residing in Ado-Ekiti that would like to cast their ballots at their various towns and communities. So it's an opportunity for them to come to the market, do one or two things, then go to the poll, to their various towns. Also, in the area of preparations, the election management body, the Independent National Electoral Commission, has not leaving anything to chance by ensuring adequate preparations. Just yesterday, they distributed the sensitive materials to all the 16 local government areas in the state. Also, there have been deployment of electoral officers to the various local governments to man the polling units for tomorrow's election. When you're talking about security, police is not leaving anything to chance, that because there have been deployment of security personnel to the various local government areas, even with the support of various sisters security agencies. So when you look at the general situation and the atmosphere, we discover that people are really eager for tomorrow's election to come, to cast their ballot for their choice candidates.
Thank you very much for that update. We'll keep in touch. Now let's head to other matters. President Bola Tinubu has commended the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, MOFI, and the National Agricultural Development Fund for strengthening Nigeria's fertilizer value chain and supporting the administration's food security agenda through strategic interventions aimed at boosting local production and improving farmers' access to agricultural inputs. According to the statement by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, President Tinubu said the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, now managed by MOFI, and the renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program implemented by NADF, delivering on the administration's commitment to support farmers, reduce dependence on imports, and build a resilient agricultural sector. The president noted that despite global supply chain disruptions and rising cost of fertilizer inputs, Nigeria has secured more than 449,000 metric tons of fertilizer inputs as of May 2026 and remains on track to deliver a 1.1 million metric tons fertilizer program nationwide. He added that the strategic procurement arrangements generated savings of over 61 billion naira while supporting more than 90 operational fertilizer blending plants across the country. President Tinubu also praised NADF for distributing over 515,000 bags of locally produced fertilizer to more than 128,000 smallholder farmers in 25 states and the Federal Capital Territory. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening agricultural value chains, supporting local industry, and improving productivity, as well as ensuring long-term food security for Nigerians. Ensuring farmers have access to affordable fertilizer remains central to Nigeria's quest for food security. Through the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, the government has continued to promote increased availability of fertilizer to support higher yields and sustainable agricultural production. Furtherance to this, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the International Fertilizer Development Center to improve efficiency, enhance soil health, and boost productivity. Yohannesu Hassan Barrow reports.
With the planting season in full swing, farmers across the country are working to procure fertilizer needed to improve crop yield. For many, the challenge is not only the rising cost of the product, but also timely access to the right quantity for their farms. This situation has continued to affect agricultural productivity, with many farmers expressing concerns over declining yields and the impact on their incomes. As demand for food grows, experts say improving access to quality fertilizer remains critical to achieving food sufficiency. It is in response to these concerns that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and the International Fertilizer Development Center have entered into a partnership aimed at promoting sustainable fertilizer use, improving soil health, and enhancing crop productivity.
This Memorandum of Understanding represents a strategic step towards transforming Nigeria's agricultural sector and advancing national food security objectives.
The three goals is fertilizer innovations. And in the fertilizer innovation, IFDC committed to open fertilizer innovation centers in many countries. One of them in Africa is Nigeria.
With food demand on the rise, the partnership is expected to support government efforts to boost agricultural productivity, strengthen food security, and improve livelihoods. Yohannesu Hassan Barrow, NTA News.
Nasarawa State has been selected alongside 2 other states to pilot the Low Emission Development Project, an intervention to address environmental challenges in the state. Governor Abdullahi Sule assured that the state government would deploy all necessary machineries to support the initiative. Aliu Tejani reports.
The intervention will address the increasing cases of deforestation in the state through redoubling effort on tree planting.
This Nasarawa low emission development strategy is extremely important to us, and that's why in fact we asked the question about how long it will take. It is something that goes beyond our own tenure, but it is something that is extremely important for the state. Today actually is an ISO. When you go around in the state, everywhere you see that we are cutting down trees without replacing them.
Director General of the State Human Capital Development Agency, Habib Balarabe Suleiman, says steering committee is already in place with the focus of including more than 1 million households in the Clean Cook Stove pilot project. She notes that the low emission development strategy will curb deforestation in the state.
We have the draft NASLET, that is the document that is charting the pathway to net zero emissions by 2060. We have the Clean Cook Stove implementation framework and the first and most immediate implementation priority. And then, of course, we have the 10-year per-step plan.
Presentations on the project highlighted the new technology, which will be done in phases, as more than 120,000 low-emission stoves will be provided to households using liquefied natural gas and briquette systems. In Lafia, Aliu Tijani, NT News.
It's now time to pause for a break. Panorama continues after the break.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each ethnicity is unique, we have more than just a nation. We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Thanks for being there. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has commenced the construction of resettlement housing project for victims of last year's flood disaster in Makwa, Niger State, as part of efforts to provide durable shelter and restore livelihoods. The groundbreaking ceremony also featured the inauguration of a local government climate committee to promote environmental sustainability and climate resilience. Musa Mikhail reports.
1 year after the devastating flood that displaced many families and destroyed farmlands in Mokwa, relief has come for victims as the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, commenced the construction of a resettlement housing project. At the groundbreaking ceremony, NEMA assured beneficiaries of quality execution and timely completion of the project, while the Niger State government reaffirmed its commitment to supporting affected communities.
Displaced families are not left from marked displacement, but are instead provided with immediate access to decent, safe, and affordable housing.
The role of government, one, is to ensure the citizens are protected, and that is why we are here to fulfill the pledge of the federal government.
The executive chairman of Mokwa local government, Jibrin Abdullahi Murigi described the project as a beacon of hope for victims still recovering from the disaster and commended the federal government and NEMA for the intervention.
Now federal government has awarded the contract for the building of the houses for the flood victims. It is a great day, and we thank the President Ahmed Bola Tinubu for responding to the difficult times of our people.
The event also featured inauguration of Mokwa Local Government Climate Committee to drive environmental sustainability and climate resilient initiatives. Musa Mikhail, NT News.
The judiciary is still constitutionally positioned as the hope of the common man. But for most Nigerians, that hope is under strain. Low trust, high cost, and alleged corrupt practices. Doris Okumoyi in this report takes a look at strengthening the institution to discharge fair justice across the board.
Section 46 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, guarantees right of Nigerians to approach the courts for redress whenever anyone's right is violated. This is to portray the common adage, the judiciary as the last hope of the common man. However, for some stakeholders, justice in Nigeria is inaccessible, unaffordable, and unreliable, hence the need for reorientation.
I have been a big believer in the judiciary, big believer. I think that we are where we are as a society, the progress we've made as a society, simply because the judiciary is doing their job. We might have some different views about how effective they are doing their job. I personally think they are doing a fantastic job. It is possible that you have a few bad eggs, especially amongst lawyers.
It's a pathetic situation again with the Nigerian judiciary at this moment, but we still have the few of them who continue to stand up and speak up for the common man. And because it is not so bad with those people, we still have the hope that, it can always get better, to be fair.
For many, building confidence may depend on faster trials, transparent processes, and zero tolerance for corruption. The institution must be independent, consistently insisting on ethical standards and professionalism for judicial officers. Despite challenges in the discharge of its duties, the judiciary is making significant strides in restoring public confidence through case management reforms, discipline-erring officers, and digitizing court records, as well as workshop for judicial officers to bestow trust, hope, and accountability on the part of the third tier of governments.
As the Chief Justice of Nigeria came in, there's been a lot of reform from the Supreme Court downward to the on how to make sure people don't use money to get things moving. Right, your cases will come, your cases will be heard, judges are completely impartial, and I think that there's been a step in the right direction.
They call for swift and fair dispensation of justice, which in turn translates in making the common man to uphold and see the judiciary truly as the last hope. In Yenegoa, Doris Akumoye, NTA News.
President Bola Tinubu congratulates Honse Nugbe, founder and chief executive officer of Patra Loan Energy and chairman of Nigerian Exchange Limited, NGX, on his 50th birthday. In a statement signed by Special Advisor to the President, Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, President Tinubu commends Nugbe's contributions to strengthening indigenous participation in Nigeria's energy sector by establishing Petroleum Energy, one of the country's leading independent energy companies. President Tinubu says, I quote, Onugbe's commitment to developing local capacity, attracting investment, creating jobs, and advancing Nigeria's energy security reflects the spirit of enterprise and innovation needed to drive sustainable economic growth. At 50, Honse Nugbe has built a remarkable record of achievement across finance, energy, public service, and the capital market through enterprise. vision and determination. He has demonstrated Nigeria's capacity to build globally competitive institutions and create value that benefits both the economy and our people. As you mark your Golden Jubilee, I pray that Almighty God will continue to grant you good health, wisdom, and strength. End of quote. The Nigeria Data Protection Commission is engaging industry players on new regulatory frameworks for stronger customer data protection for the financial, hospitality, and telecommunications sectors. This is as concerns grow over data breaches, identity theft, and misuse of personnel information in Nigeria's cyberspace. Ifeoma Ojinta reports.
Have you ever wondered what happens to the personal information you provide to your bank, hotel, or telecommunications service provider? Who has access to it? How is it stored? And what measures are in place to keep it safe from misuse or fraud? As more Nigerians embrace digital services, concerns over data privacy are growing.
We get a lot of services on digital platforms supposedly for free, but they are not actually free. You have to give them your data, your name, your phone number, your email. When a product is free or when something is free, you are not the customer. You are the product being sold.
Recognizing that the right to privacy is guaranteed under Nigeria's constitution, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission is engaging stakeholders to develop our regulatory framework.
So what we are doing here is to hear from stakeholders from all these sectors for them to speak to the kind of data they collect and what they expect for us to cover in terms of having a framework that guarantees trust and confidence in their data processing activities, and also to guide them through compliance.
As a result of that, there must be a legal framework that equally guides the type of data that you collect, how you store it, as well as how you secure this data.
The proposed framework seeks to promote a culture of compliance and ensure that organizations take responsibility for safeguarding personal data while adopting practical requirements that reflect the size and nature of each business. In Abuja, Ifeoma Ojinta, NTA News.
For members of the armed forces, service to the nation often comes at a great personal cost. Yet for many veterans and the families of fallen heroes, the challenge of securing a stable livelihood begins long after the battle is over. As the Nigerian Legion marks 62 years of supporting ex-servicemen and their dependents, attention is shifting towards the welfare of those who have sacrificed for the country's peace and security. Beyond providing support, the organization is also exploring how the vast experience of military veterans can contribute to addressing Nigeria's evolving security challenges. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports.
For many members of the armed forces, the transition from active service to civilian life can be challenging. Beyond adjusting to life without the uniform, concerns about welfare and sustaining a livelihood often come to the fore. Addressing these post-service realities is one of the key reasons behind the establishment of the Nigerian Legion. 62 years after its establishment, the association is extracting how effective it has fulfilled its mandate of supporting veterans and their families.
We want the government and the individuals, organizations to empower the veterans so that they can be able to fully participate in the security of the country. Because when somebody is hungry and angry, there is no way you can participate.
We are going to do the campaign for the government to probably invite a couple of them. It can be off guard. It mustn't be really official now. You can have them on the payroll, on a monthly payroll. Let them bring their wealth of experience on the table to fight insecurity.
As part of activities marking its 62nd anniversary, the Nigerian Legion is extending support to the families of the fallen heroes, promoting self-reliance and economic stability.
When more people or more widows get to be empowered, you see most homes will be smiling because the widow will be able to take care of her children.
In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Sports update is next.
Mexico lead Group A on 6 points after edging South Korea 1-0 as Czechia tied South Africa 1-1. Over in Group B, second co-host Canada demolished Qatar 6-0 to go top with a +6 goal difference, while Switzerland, despite beating Bosnia and Herzegovina 4-1, remained second on 4 points with a -3 goals difference. Back home, Ikorodu City will square up against El Kanemi Warriors in the final of this year's President Federation Cup in the male category. The semi-finalists in the female category are FC Robo Queens, Sunshine Queens, Nasarawa Amazons, and Heartland Queens. In athletics, World Athletics is making a major move to better support female athletes. President Lord Cole has launched the CARES Project, a new study aimed at reshaping the governing body's policies on pregnancy, childbirth, and the return to competition. They are asking elite female athletes, past and present, to complete surveys about their experiences, barriers, and financial or contractual challenges, all in an effort to build better protections. This push comes on the heels of 11-time Olympic medalist Alison Felix's public battle with Nike back in 2019, when the sports giant threatened to slash her pay by 70% if motherhood impacted her performance. Switching to the greens, golf's distance debate just hit a pause. The R&A and USGA have officially put their plans to limit how far golf balls can fly on hold after 8 years of studying power hitters like Rory McIlroy and Scott Scheffler. The governing bodies are back to the drawing board due to a lack of consensus among tours, players, and manufacturers. And that does it for Sports Update. I am Enojo Adiku.
Well, that concludes Panorama for today. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
What made Nigeria special are the people that fought for independence and they created Nigerians. So that is why I'm part of Nigeria, and today I'm happy to be Nigeria.
What makes Nigeria special to me? Well, Nigeria is a great country. We have so many resources. We don't give up easily. Try our best to improve and do our things well.
One of the things that makes Nigeria special to me is our culture and our food, because I'm a chef. I'm very particular about food, the diversity in our food, the diversity in our culture. I feel like it makes it beautiful. It makes Nigeria special.
What defines the Nigerian spirit?
Their resilience, our ability to excel even in tough situations. They are good at what they do.
The diversity of despite the fact that we are different, we have different cultures, different religions, we are together. We are united.
I'm from River State, where I grew up. I actually came here to work, so I see how different people, the unity in diversity actually. So I see how different people communicate with others. I see how different tribes have to come together, working in the same space, and not having, it doesn't even look as if you're a different person. So there's a spirit, even when we're different, we speak different languages, but we can still bond together.
How strong is the Nigerian spirit in you?
I know that in Nigeria we can achieve a lot. If we run away from Nigeria, how will Nigeria be built? How are our children going to survive? If you go to other countries, you still be looked at as a foreigner. Other countries that you are looking out for were built by people. So we also have a duty to build Nigeria.
This is the network service of the NTA.
adventurism is driving me to go deep into the Onyama mines. It is the biggest coal mine in the whole of South. Well, the coronation of the new Oni is a watershed in the history of the Yoruba land generally, and Ife in particular. Now, because they have a leader now, that will... Simply put, Gura is a beautiful countryside with awesome landscapes. If something differently will be done to the Nigerian textile industries, that our youth will be employed. Attend the church here can tell you. Service in Holy Rosa is in We are taking a canoe tour of the communities on the bank of River Niger in Getso. The ambience never fails to create passion, to create excitement, bring back memories, and rekindle humanity's undying love for Abrasian horses. There is an undying spirit in the blood of the people of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria to guarantee that horse racing occupied its pride of place in the psyche of Nigerian peoples and administration. The support of the populace is more than anything other sports are achieving, and its value in increasing global visibility and diplomatic relations, supporting the economy, youth engagement, and systemic support base is not anything the nation can overlook.
The whole idea of why we're doing this for youth development, taking them out of miscreancy to having an opportunity to work either as a groom or as even somebody that cleans surroundings of the horses, and all the way to even riding the horses, because we are going to cater for every individual, training them so that as much as we are having international Nigerian players playing internationally abroad, we want to have Nigerian boys, Nigerian youth riding international horses all over the world.
The Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria has been asserting itself most powerfully. For over a decade, it has proven itself as an organized sports system that creates values and wealth around a tradition that was a national legacy, now revived and being put in context of global tradition and best practices. Horse racing is a global sport with global standards, and it is precisely the way the Federation is going now. Remarkably, the emerging tide of horse racing in Nigeria is going with the grassroots. From Doguru in Katsina State to Hadeja in Jigawa to Bida in Niger State, the race courses draw hundreds of thousands of local spectators who identify with the sport and who go back with a lifetime of memory of the grand spectacle they had. Most of the venues are not in state capitals. This can be understood because as far as Nigeria is concerned, prior to this new momentum, horse racing was a royal heritage. The race courses are located in cities of royalty, emirate headquarters especially. As the race is assuming national heritage and perspective, race infrastructure, especially the courses, may be a national emergency, where every state capital and kingdoms and chiefdoms may require one or more. Potentially, however, as the sport is a business, we may see the emergence of individuals, groups, or stables building their sports infrastructure. It happens with Oguru in Katsina State. Oguru is a rural community in much local government area. Here, there is a stable owner who owns race course, and indeed, at the turn of the year, the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria mobilized this community for a racing showdown in the jungle. When the year 2026 shows its face, the community of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria had mobilized the Katsina State. When the sun breaks in the following day, the day of the 2026, the people of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria are already in Oguru, in much local government area. Do you know the business? It is a horse racing of epic proportion, where the winner takes all, and where whoever has something to prove about his ability to achieve something in race is here just to come and prove it. It was 4 days of epic race that captivated not only the local community, but all the communities that were coming from the over 6 countries that participated in this place. It is a most beautiful time we had here during the New Year and through the first 4 days of the New Year. And of course, obviously, it is a business not like you have known it. It was a racing classic and a proving ground. It used to be that racing competition in the country are engaged only by foreign horses from Sudan, Chad, and Argentina. As Nigeria advances in the field now, there now emerge a breed of Nigerian horses, aptly called Niger breed, that are gradually taken over from these foreign horses. As the country eyes international competitions, there is optimism in the Racing Federation and the breeders that the homegrown horses are the future for the country.
The Niger bred that we have successfully started and breeded, from SD stable in Bida here, they have broken a record of achieving the same speed with the Sudan horse, which is the second highest pedigree of horses in the world. And then these horses that have broke that record to meet the same timing of the racing of Sudan horses are just 2.5 years old. And most of these Sudan horses are more than 6-7 years. So what it means is that if these horses that are 3 years old and are already speeding on the same speed, they are pedestrian, with these Sudan horses. What it means is that after a year, they will run faster than them. So what it means is that after 5 years, probably in the next 2 years, they will have an equal strength with any other horse in the world, which is the thoroughbred. So it's very, very promising. We have gotten it right.
But we need all the support. We need to bring people together. We need the support of the government, in terms of bringing in, veterinary services in assistance. When we're looking for, good breeds, when we want in partnership for the government to now say a good word, in our favor in international communities, and so on, and get involved.
These races are also a diplomatic masterclass. It reinforces unity among African states and peoples. There is never a horse racing competition by Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria without the participation of significant African countries. They bring their horses, jockeys, medical team and support team, and always in an atmosphere of friendship and mutual respect. The Doguru Jungle Rumble is most impressive, more by the way the people from all neighboring localities take full advantage of the event. Transporters, food vendors, and host of other trade groups had exceptional and prosperous moments while the racing competition lasted. Literally, an informal market emerged, and not one seller went back home without selling all his wares. It was a great boost to the local economy. For the first 4 days, my sister Fatima here has been bringing food items, items of cooked food, and she has been selling in this place. She comes from Mashi, some 35 kilometers away from here, the local government headquarters of Bogoro. And then whenever she comes, she sells, and she's enjoying herself. So to her, this is a kind of blessing because she's getting the market she has not been getting in Mashi itself. Hajia, kina ba labari kice tinyo shi kika fara zuwa nan wurin. Experience from the horse racing derbies across the country showed that, short of a football match of a national nature and importance, there is scarcely an event that brings together so much people together. It followed that the sport does not fail them. They all go back home happy, satisfied. There is a significant milestone in the Doguru Derby. A visit to the Emir of Katsina, Abdulmumin Kabir Usman, brings back memories of how the royal house of Katsina was in charge of horse racing in the whole northern region, and how his father used to go with him to horse racing events. He identifies with what the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria is doing now. Yet, he speaks strongly in support of animal welfare and raising concerns about doping. He wants the competition to be clean and professional. It is as well that the Federation heeded the call of the Emir and acted at once. In the Bida Derby, for instance, a team of officials from the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLA, were on hand to screen every horse entered for the competition and at whatever stage of the competition. It is a culture that will guide the future of the competition. By the way, Bida, the ancient capital of Newfoundland, was the arena for an epic horse racing finale that reinforced the glamour, the thrill, and the appeal of the horse racing in the minds of the nation. The Bida events were not only phenomenal, but also about a lot of other things. It is the clothing chapter of a rigorous and heartwarming itinerary of high-end racing events across the country, in which started from Oguru and Daura in Katsina State and Hadeja in Jigawa. Perhaps what stand out the bidder tournament more was the First Lady of Nigeria was also there, an endorsement of the sport that spreads love and mass happiness on a scale few sports can boast of to all class of people. The First Lady was particularly honored with a racing horse by the Etsunupi, Yahya Abubakar, who is also the Grand Patron of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria. The First Lady did perform a significant function at the event as well. In context of her schedules, the First Lady could not sit through the whole event, but Nupilan had to offer her a taste of the uniqueness of her culture. The bidder event was indeed graced by a rich collection of Nigeria's high society, cutting across business, politics, sports, traditional institutions, academia, and diplomacy. All wear faces of happiness and relaxation and fulfillment. The mood around the arena are dictated by the happenings in the race courses. The racing trucks are burning, and thoroughbreds are being asked to come forward and answer their names. It is amazing what factors dictate success in horse racing more. Is it the horse on themselves, or the jockeys, or the management of the horses? It is instructive that the horse racing event is involving a plethora array of personnel who are all crucial to the success of a horse racer.
I am from Niger Republic. The Sarkin Dawaki of Bidda brought me to Nigeria. Trust me, but for the efforts of Etsunupe, horse racing would have been out of Nigeria. I am all thankful for what this work has done to my life. I salute the owner of SD Stables for the support to generations of horse racing crew and in. Look this way. For all the races today, no horses that was predicted to win wins. And those you give to lose win.
If there is one thing about the progress of horse racing in Nigeria, it is the fact that continually new thinking and initiatives are being brought to bear on it. In the bidder race, for instance, the Federation introduced a starting gate, a take-up structure that defines all international racing competitions. It is a way forward that gives the competition that international edge and aura. It is as well that the national coordinator of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria comes out for commendation over these milestones. It is his idea, too, that women will be a permanent fixture in the racing competitions going forward. There was, in fact, a marvelous taste of the women and their incursions into the horse racing arena.
What we are capturing basically through the horse racing is to engage the youth. So you have to enjoy, or you have to engage rather the both sex. We have been concentrating on the male force in terms of, getting them busy, getting them engaged, taking their mind off negative perspectives. So we must not just deal with the boys, we have to also deal with the women.
Inclusivity is in fact not a new game to Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria. Its national vice chairman is Professor Zainab Gobir, an academic, a mother, an avid lover of horses. Gobir may technically not be a competitive racer, but she's never far away from NSL racing. You talk of passion for horses.
There's $1.2 billion opportunity in the racing and horse activity in Nigeria. And so for me, as a mother and as a woman, this is a clarion call to everybody to get on board. Let's set up horsing hubs. Let's set up the West African block of horsing activity and get the economy going.
So as a woman who is here in Nigeria, is it fulfilling?
Absolutely fulfilling. It's one of the best things I've ever done in my life, sincerely. So, yes, and it's very encouraging to watch the youth, to watch people come out. And just to add to this, with artificial intelligence taking over contemporary work, this is when to.
So far, Nigeria is seeing an increase in the emergence of activities around horse business since the reinvention of horse racing in the country. In every competition, there emerge new horses and horse owners that had hitherto not been there. New staples are coming up too, and increased breeding of Nigeria breeds too. At the center of it all is how to provide livelihood to Nigerian youth. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Nigerian horse racing today are the names that go with the horses. There is that touch of history of heroism, spirituality, family legacy, and role models in politics, art, business, or sports attached to the horses. The name facilitates recognition of a horse and the hype over their potential to do well among others. Many of the horses leave the names, and many are a far cry from the names they answer. Many of the names are in vernacular, but they can be spectacular. There is, for instance, Al-Fijr, the dawn, Aradu, the thunder, Dantalaka, the throne of the poor, Laylatul Qadri, the night of power, and Ansar, the helper. There is also Bullet, yes, the projectile. The names are as different as the horses available for the competition always. By and large, the momentum and thrill of the sport can only be more. It is already a witness to a rising fan base that crave for more action, even as the sport awaits the verdict of the National Sport Commission on its status in the larger Nigerian context.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secrets to the sands
lies the forgotten kingdom of Da'amat.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
A vast and geographically varied continent, Africa is home to a great many cultures and to 1,000 of languages. Although no single set of myths and legends unites this diverse population, different cultural groups and regions share some common elements. Myth from other parts of the world and those of African people reflect beliefs and values. But while the mythologies of many cultures are carefully preserved relics of ancient times, African myths and legends are still a meaningful part of their everyday life. Some African myths deal with the universal themes such as the origin of the world and the fate of the individual after death. Yet, many spring from the continent's settings, conditions, and history. The people of Africa did not use written language until modern times. Instead, they possessed rich and complex oral traditions, passing myth, legend, and history from generation to generation in spoken form. In some cultures, professional storytellers called griots preserved the oral tradition.
Or the storyteller at that time of pre-literate society was when one uncle or one auntie sat down at twilight or under the moonlight to entertain, educate, inform, or enlighten society, made up of the young, old, and even the children, as it were. But essentially, I think they had a way of making children come out at that time because of the impact it had on children, because they were mainly or the major target at that time. So like I said, it was storytelling that has not been affected by civilization, modernization, and then what they call technological invasion. So it was a time where things were handed over by word of mouth from generation to generation.
The written accounts of African mythology began to appear in the early 1800s, and present-day literary writers labor to record the continent's myth and legend to ensure their safety from cultural change. There are clear interactions between the deeply rooted oral tradition and the developing literary tradition of the 20th century. The interaction is revealed in the placing of literary works into the forms of the oral tradition. The impact of the epic on novels, poems, and drama continues to influence writers today.
Welcome to Eco Frontline on Africa's window to the world. The impact of climate change on the human health is worrisome and calls for urgent and collective action to mitigate it. Climate change is no longer a future.
Nigeria and Ethiopia cemented a landmark prisoner transfer agreement in a bold diplomatic move. Investment in education is still a talking point on the continent. These are the major focus in this episode of Africa Weekly, and I am Charles Alpha. Welcome you to the program. Nearly 100 Nigerians in Ethiopian prisons have been repatriated to complete their sentences back home after Nigeria and Ethiopia signed a prisoner transfer agreement in Addis Ababa. It was a bold move seen as an attempt to prioritize the well-being of the inmates.
Hope has returned to the Nigerian nationals whose luck ran out and were detained in Abba Samuel prison in Addis Ababa. Foreign Affairs Minister Bianca Odemegwu Ojukwu, who led Nigeria's delegation to Ethiopia, conveyed President Bola Tinubu's assurance to the inmates, saying that the country will not abandon them.
And also, I wish to remind you about what I have been talking about, which is about personal rehabilitation.
A day earlier, Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of the Federation, Dr. Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, and Ethiopia's Justice Minister Hannah Araya Salesi signed the agreement facilitated by foreign ministers of the two countries. The deal covers 98 inmates, 96 men and 2 women, who must consent and have at least 1 year left on their sentences. The minister said the agreement is enshrined in government's 4D foreign policy and urged inmates to cooperate with documentation.
I will say this again, don't travel this route. Again, first time lucky, second time, you don't know where it's going.
At least 4 Nigerians died during negotiations. Odemegwu Ojukwu warned that the agreement is not a license for impunity, but is grounded in humanity and justice. The inmates celebrated the news and pledged good conduct. The first transfers are expected once consent forms are completed.
And to enhance learning outcomes for young children, Ghana's education sector has reaffirmed its commitment to expanding play-based learning. This important initiative was emphasized during the International Day of Play celebration at Pantang Presby Basic School in the La Quantanang Medina municipality, which underscored the vital role of play in Nigeria's children's learning development and the overall well-being.
The celebration was part of the global observance of the International Day of Play, established by the United Nations in 2024 to affirm play as a fundamental right of every child and Article 31 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. In Ghana, early childhood education has gradually shifted from traditional teacher-centered methods to play-based learning, recognizing that young children learn best through exploration, interaction, and play. This approach is embedded in the national kindergarten curriculum and is being expanded through nationwide teacher training programs. Principal Program Officer for Early Grade Education at the Ministry of Education, Mr. Isaac Ataba, said play is increasingly acknowledged as a key driver of children's creativity, development, and academic success.
When children are playing, it is not a distraction to learning, but then it is a driver to learning.
Ms. Susan Place Everhart is the Chief Executive Officer of SABA Education.
Ghana is now scaling up this play-based pedagogy to the whole country. It's such an important moment for Ghana and for all the children, both today and into the future.
Country Director for Right to Play Ghana, Josephine Mukakalisa, said that giving children opportunities to play helps them develop teamwork, confidence, respect for others, and problem-solving skills that foster lifelong learning.
We are using play for children's development, for emotional development, for learning outcome, for protection, for gender equality. There is a lot we have seen.
Senior Manager for Advocacy at SABA Education, Margaret Brew-Ward, noted that years of collaboration between development partners and the government of Ghana have successfully integrated play into the national curriculum. She added that as Ghana rolls out the Early Childhood Education Skill Program, play-based teaching will continue to expand nationwide.
Now, education is moving towards business, that is entrepreneurship. How to translate education outcomes to ventures, to creating employment and building skills is the focus of the 2026 Abuja Educators Conference. And we have in the studio Carol Barlow, founder, Siba Consultancy and Training. I'd like to say thank you very much, Madam Carol.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, you're welcome. Now, to begin with, could you share with us the brain behind the Educators Conference in Abuja, Nigeria?
Okay, so the Abuja Educators Conference was conceived in 2022. We had a desire as a company. Our motto, our logo is transformational change through education. I'm a great believer that if you want to change a nation, you have to change the education system. So what we wanted to do was to convene a conference where we bring together stakeholders, policymakers, educators, school leaders, school owners, teachers, anybody that's involved in the education space, to come together, to network, to collaborate, to learn together. And one of the key things is when I spoke to my team and we conceived this idea, I said, the conference must be a free conference. We're not going to charge participants. And they were a little bit shocked and a little bit surprised. And I said, look, I want to make sure that if we're going to do this, educators, regardless of their starting points, regardless of their income, regardless of what they're earning, can attend this conference for free and get something. So we have paid masterclasses, but the paid masterclasses are a choice. The general session, the session that we run from 9 until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, is a free conference for anybody to attend.
Awesome. So now the theme of the conference is entrepreneurship in education. Yes. Now, can you tell us why you've decided to, choose this theme, for our viewers to understand really why you have done this?
Okay. So yes, one of the things, I've been in this country now for 11 years, and one of the things that I've identified and noticed is that everybody is a business person. Everybody is an entrepreneur at whatever level, whether it's the micro industries, whether it's the hustlers on the side of the streets, whether it's educators that are tutoring in schools. Everybody is an entrepreneur, and in order to, but the curriculum, the way it's delivered, are not providing the students with the skills that they're going to require in order to build a business. So it's one thing to have a business that gives you your day-to-day bread and butter, but it's another thing entirely to be able to run a business that enables you to grow, enables you to scale, to go from a micro to a small business to a medium business, and so on. So we need to begin to throughout education, we need to give these children the skills that they're going to require for the world that they face tomorrow. At the moment, the system is built around passing examinations and then going to university if you're lucky enough and privileged enough to do so. So many of our children are leaving school and are unemployed and have to find innovative ways to make an income, to provide for their families. 35% of Nigerians are in some kind of entrepreneurship, some kind of business, and we want to give them the skills such as communication, collaboration, critical thinking, problem solving, coming up with innovative ideas. So that's really basically what we want to do, and leadership skills, being able to run a business, being able to lead people. Those are the skills that we're trying to talk about at this year's conference.
I'm very, very happy you've been here long enough to really understand how it works. We are hustlers, Nigerians
Absolutely.
are great hustlers, and it makes a whole lot of sense, coming up with this theme, for the conference. But again, I'd like to ask, what caliber of speakers and participants are you expecting to be part of this conference? I mean, what caliber of people are you expecting can pass this information as you intended, for the targeted audience?
Okay, so our keynote speaker this year is the Minister of State for Education, Professor Swebo. She's going to be our keynote speaker this year. Alongside that, we have international speakers. And one of the things that I pride myself on is inviting local educators, people that are leaders in education from right here in Abuja. So do we bring people in from outside? Absolutely. We've got an international speaker coming in this year from the UK. I will be speaking at the conference. We have members of my team that will be participating at the conference. And then we have other people coming in from other parts of Nigeria. But we try to, this is the Abuja Educators Conference for a reason. It is our conference. It is something that I want all educators to own. I want it to grow into a movement that actually anybody that has got anything to do with education knows that this is the place to be each and every year in July. June, July, that's when we hold our conference every year.
All right, so having this kind of conference means that there are a lot of expectations, from your end. And by the time the conference ends, what are you expecting to happen? I mean, in terms of visible impacts on the lives of the people.
Whenever I train, whether I'm training leaders, teachers, whether I'm training in the corporate space, I always say to people, if you come to this training simply to collect a certificate and you're not going to impact your classrooms, you're not going to go back and change the narrative, then you're wasting your time, you're wasting my time, and you're wasting the resources and the opportunity. So what we're hoping from this conference is that the educators that are coming to the conference, the school leaders, the school owners, the public sector teachers that are coming to this conference are going to come ready to learn. They're going to come with their notebooks and pens. They're going to come ready to learn. And they're going to now take what they learn and translate that into practice in their classrooms so that we can change the futures of the children that are in their care in Nigeria.
All right, so finally, you've been here for 11 years. How has it been for you in Nigeria, and what do we hope to see from you in the nearest future? That depends on how long you have to spend in Nigeria.
Well, as one of my team members said, when you're 90, we'll put you on a plane and send you back to Jamaica to retire on the beach. Okay. But it seems that, I have a mandate, and that mandate is to leave my footprint in the sand here in Nigeria and across Africa. Our passion, I'm at the stage in my life where it's all about impact. Yeah. So we are looking to work with whoever wants to work with us, whichever stakeholders want to work with us, whoever believes that we can change a nation by changing the education system. Those are the people that we want to work with. Those are the people that we are passionate to engage with. So anybody that wants to come and partner with us, please do come. We will change the nation of Nigeria for the better.
All right. I'd like to say thank you very much for everything you're doing in Nigeria, and we hope that you have the best of it and more, even in the future. I'd like to say thank you very much, Carol Barlow, for your time on Africa Weekly.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks. 7 newly accredited ambassadors and high commissioners to Ghana have presented their letters of credence to President John Mahama in Accra. During separate engagements with the envoys, President Mahama highlighted Ghana's ambitious economic transformation agenda, aimed at creating sustainable jobs, expanding opportunities for young people, and building a resilient economy. He encouraged the diplomats to use their tenure in Ghana to deepen bilateral relations and facilitate investment opportunities from their respective countries to support the nation's development goals.
The envoys are Ronald Mikhailov, High Commissioner of Malta, Andrei Odash, Ambassador of the Russian Federation, Michal Sigan, Ambassador of Poland, Bambang Suharto, Ambassador of Indonesia, Lisbeth Kjell Messier, Ambassador of Panama, Armen Saxian, Ambassador of Armenia, and Celestine Gavaz Kakela, Ambassador of Tanzania, President Mahama reaffirmed Ghana's commitment to international cooperation and pledged continued collaboration with partner countries for mutual development.
Ghana today is pursuing a bold program of economic transformation aimed at creating sustainable jobs, expanding opportunities for our young people, and building a resilient economy. Through our 24-hour economy initiative, agricultural modernization agenda, industrial programs, digital transformation, and energy sector reforms, we are creating an environment that supports investment, innovation, and inclusive growth. We invite businesses from your respective countries to jointly invest with their counterparts in Ghana in areas of opportunity such as agriculture, in manufacturing, in mining, in energy, infrastructure development, technology, logistics, tourism, healthcare, and education.
The president has stated that he is championing a new development cooperation framework, the Accra Reset, and invited the new envoys to engage Ghana on the initiative.
I'm leading a new paradigm for development cooperation known as the Accra Reset. I invite your engagement with us on this initiative. Ghana will continue to advocate peaceful resolution of disputes, support climate action, promote economic justice, and champion reforms that make global governance institutions more representative and responsive to contemporary realities.
The president touched on the insecurity in the Sahel region.
The world today faces unprecedented challenges: climate change, conflict, terrorism, violent extremism, cyber threats, food insecurity, irregular and illegal migration, and economic uncertainty are but a few of the dominating headlines. These challenges demand our collective action. In our region, the deteriorating security situation in parts of the Sahel continue to threaten peace and stability. And Ghana remains committed to working with ECOWAS, the African Union, United Nations, and all our international partners to promote peace, security, democracy, and sustainable development on this continent, but in all other parts of the world too. We believe that international cooperation, dialogue, respect for international law, and strong multilateral institutions remain essential to addressing the challenges confronting humanity.
The engagement underscores Ghana's renewed push for stronger international partnerships and shared development priorities.
ECOWAS member states have been urged to turn regional commitments into actions by boosting trade, industrialization, and job creation. Speaking at the 5th joint meeting of ECOWAS Ministers of Trade and Industry in Accra, Ghana's Trade and Agribusiness Minister Elizabeth Ofosu Adjari canvassed stronger cooperation and the removal of trade barriers to unlock the region's economic potential.
With a market of more than 350 million people and a combined economic output of nearly $700 billion, ECOWAS remains one of Africa's largest economic blocs. Yet, trade among member states accounts for less than 15% of total commerce, limiting the region's growth potential. Addressing ministers and policymakers in Accra, Trade, Agribusiness and Industry Minister Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjari said stronger regional integration is critical to expanding markets, attracting investment and creating sustainable jobs. She noted that persistent challenges, including poor transport networks, energy constraints, multiple currencies and non-tariff barriers, continue to slow cross-border trade and industrial development. The minister also highlighted the outcome of the 14th WTO Ministerial Conference in Yaoundé, stressing the need for ECOWAS countries to adopt a common position in global trade negotiations to safeguard Africa's development interests.
It is right learning that industrialization is the thing of the moment, is the one thing that can create jobs for our teeming youth. No one country can do it alone. We need regional supply chains. We need countries to work together with each other. We need our borders to be seamless. We need to harmonize standards. There are a lot of things that we can do together to take advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which Ghana host.
Chairman of the 5th joint meeting of ECOWAS members of trade and industry and Sierra Leone's Minister for Trade and Industry, Alpha Ibrahim Cisse, called for stronger political commitment and faster implementation of regional trade agreements to unlock the full benefits of economic integration.
The ECOWAS region remains resilient and more determined in shaping and redefining the ECOWAS we want for over 400 people we represent. Over the next 2 days, we will review the reports of senior trade experts for our consideration and decision making. The work program presented to us will require our collective resolve in providing high political guidance and validate recommendations proffered to this meeting. Distinguished ministers,
Director of Trade at ECOWAS, Kolawole Shofola, cautioned that bilateral trade arrangements that weaken the common external tariff could undermine the region's bargaining power. He urged member states to work collectively to strengthen regional markets and advance economic prosperity across West Africa.
That's our package this week on Africa Weekly. Many thanks for being part of it. I am Charles Alpha. See you next week.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Da'amat. It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
Making Garamba an outstanding sanctuary with its unusual mix of large spectacular mammals. In addition to the rhinoceros and giraffe,
Welcome to Issues of the Moment. From the Niger, Benue, through to the Sokoto, Rima, Hadejia, Jamari, Anambra, Imo, Benin, Owena, and Cross River basins, Nigeria is blessed with over 12 major river basin systems. These waterways stretch across every geopolitical zone, covering thousands of hectares of fertile, irrigable land. They hold the potential to feed our nation. Power agro industries create millions of jobs and drive economic transformation. Yet for decades, the potential have remained largely untapped. Today, less than 10% of Nigeria's irrigable land is under cultivation. Millions of farmers still depend on rain-fed agriculture, leaving them vulnerable to drought, flooding, and climate shocks. Food prices remain volatile. Post-harvest losses are staggering. Rural poverty persists in many of the same communities that sit beside vast water resources. Established in the 1970s, the River Basin Development Authorities were designed to harness these resources for irrigation, fisheries, flood control, and rural infrastructure. At their peak, they promised large-scale dams, canals and farm settlements that would revolutionize agriculture. But inconsistent funding, policy reversals, abandoned projects, and poor maintenance have left many of these schemes underperforming. On this week's edition of Issues of the Moment, we shall be finding out why have our river basin projects not delivered fully on the promise? What lessons can we draw from successful models at home and abroad? How do we attract private capital into irrigation and agribusiness? And what role should states, communities, and the private sector play alongside the federal river basins? In a moment, you'll meet my guest. My name is Justin Bemunyana. I welcome you to the program. Well, thank you so much for staying tuned to the program Issues of the Moment. Today, our focus is on developing Nigeria's river basin authorities for food sufficiency. And I am honored to have with me in the studio Dr. Samuel Olufemi Adekombi. He is an environmentalist and the managing director and CEO, Benin Owena River Basin Development Authority. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Samuel.
Thank you so much.
You're very much welcome, and thank you for finding out time out of a very tight schedule to come on the program.
Thank you.
Yes, developing Nigeria's river basin authorities for food sufficiency is our focus today. To start with, how has it been with the Benin Owena River Basin Development Authority? What has been happening there?
Well, to the glory of God, let me start by thanking Mr. President, the father of the nation, the person I call my daddy. I've been with him since 2006 for appointing me to serve the nation and appointing all of the MDs to serve the nation in our capacity as MDs. And he took his time to ensure that the people he appointed this time around are people that are devoted, that are committed, and that and I want to thank also my minister, Professor Joseph, who has been a supportive minister to all of us. It's been amazing working with him, and I can assure you, Federal Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, we're really achieving quite a lot. The question you asked, has it been with Benin Owena River Basin? It's been, well, to the glory of God, just like what I said, I want to thank God. It's been amazing, let me put it that way. Both amazing and the other side of it. But as managers, as somebody who is there to manage things, you just have to. And you just have to prove your worth. When I came in, it's been tough. We've been having a lot of challenges, but I came in, I realized the fact that quite a lot of challenges are in place, but I came in, I met good and dedicated staffs. The staff are very committed, they are very dedicated, they are focused, and that's the one thing, that's the one thing I look at, because when you don't have staffs who are committed to achieving what you want to achieve, who are focused, who are dedicated, then that would be your number one problem. But my staffs, or our staffs in Benin Owena River Basin, they are eager to make sure that we achieve our mandate. And so far, so good. The mandate of Benin Owena, with regard to all our states that we covered, Edo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Delta North, it's been amazing. As you know, like our mandate, we're into water management system, we're into irrigation, providing irrigation system to all the farmers, we're into agriculture, and so many other things are dictated by our mandate. But so far, so good, we are moving, and I can show you, we're moving.
Nigeria, as it is right now, has 12 river basin development authorities. But why has it been that most of these 12 are not delivering fully on their mandate? You know, And after decades of existence, what is really holding them back?
Okay, I'm going to take you back to when the river basin was established by the military. It was superb. River basin was fully in charge of food security across the nation. It may interest you to know that all the river basins have the highest hectares of land in Nigeria, cutting across millions of hectares. And it may also interest you to know that majority or all the river basins have dams, irrigation facilities, everything. And that was why during that time there were quite a lot of food security in Nigeria. We were enjoying it. That was why you see food everywhere because of the river basin. River basin used to be big, like a state government, because the focus there was on river basin. But successive governments abandoned the mandate. And that actually resulted into decay of infrastructure. So all this infrastructure that were put in place started becoming decayed. You understand what I'm talking about? Yes. And at the end of the day, you now see a lot of climate change coming in to damage dams, and when they get damaged, nobody wants to repair. The irrigation facilities, a lot of things. So the major issue that came in was, one, security. When you look across the nation, yes, thank God for the coming in of Mr. President, who is trying every means to make sure that he declared an emergency on food security. So security is our major issue. Then coupled with funding. Funding has been a big issue to all the river basin. The decaying infrastructure, most of our infrastructure in the river basin, no fund to do that. When we came in, a lot of things happened. So it's an issue. Then coupled with other minor issues like poor maintenance culture. I tell you the truth. To maintain a monthly overhead in the river basin is far above, almost times 10 of what we are getting. Because I can't imagine, I give you an instance, I can't imagine when I got to the office, I was like, what do we do to maintain this, Even in my office, it's interesting to know, if I mention the amount now, it's ridiculous. I have to spend my money because I must achieve my mandate. So it's funded as fundamental issue there, coupled with security.
Now, with these challenges in mind, and with the mandate in mind, and with your experience also in hand, what percentage of irrigable land in your basin, talking about the Benin-Wena River Basin, is actually under cultivation, and how is it contributing to agricultural development in that area so far?
Okay. Let me take my basin as an example. We have hectares of land available for cultivation, irrigated. But unfortunately, farmers has been sent packing by the security, I don't want to, whether bandits, we call them bandits, or kidnapping, or kidnappers and others. They've been sent packing, that's number one. So, decaying infrastructure. So, the available land for irrigation has been limited to what we can get. If we have a place where they have not sent out the farmers, yes, with the irrigation. So, but the little we have, so the number of irrigated land that we have is huge. But the little that we can manage, considering the security nature of the place, is what we are making use of. And to the glory of God, they are even producing amazingly. The production in those areas are amazing. Most of our farmers are not only Benin-Wena, across the river basin. It's been amazing. So we have a lot of irrigated land, but unfortunately, only few is being maintained because of funding and because of insecurity.
You're talking about you relating directly to the rural dwellers, the small holder farmers. Now, from that perspective, how accessible are the river basin projects? Who really benefits?
The rural farmers, the communities, the state government. Because when you deal with the river basins, we deal with the rural farmers. We provide land for them. We make sure that we irrigate the land. We make sure that we do land preparation. And at the end of it all, we're looking at seedling. So these are farmers that we put in clusters that work directly in the community. So people that really benefit from this are directly from the grassroots. River basin, I told my colleagues, I told them that river basins are more or less called local government monitors. We monitor the farmers at the local government. We tell them what to do at every particular point in time. We provide irrigation system. We provide dams that are needed. But, like I said earlier, the previous governments abandoned river basins. Look, my dear friend, let's forget about politics. And I mean it, let's forget about politics. The major focus in Nigeria today, why we are lacking in this food issue, is because river basin has been abandoned. The moment we realize this, the better for us. River basin has been completely abandoned. I was with Mr. President last week, and I told Mr. President, sir, I explained what I was. He said, yes, he agreed. And that was why he said that was why he put those. That's the first time a president in Nigeria, and I mean it, a president in Nigeria will put billions in river basin. Although we have not gotten the money, let me put it that way, so that people will not start looking at me tomorrow that I understand they put billions in this thing.
They were hopeful.
Yeah. So Mr. President said this, and that is the first time, and I repeat, first time in Nigeria that a president will put billions of such money in the river basin to make sure that there's food security.
Now, let's delve a little bit into what has been done or what you intend to do in the course of your duty. How do you look at training farmers, or how have you been doing in that regards, training farmers on modern irrigation techniques, water management, so crop selection, and of course, how do you bring in women and youth to be beneficiaries of all this?
Thank you so much. This is a very, very interesting question that you have asked. When I resumed, I realized the fact that there's no interagency connectivity. Most agencies work on their own without connecting together. So the first thing I did was to make sure that I look at how can we collaborate with other agencies to ensure that there's food security in Nigeria. Number one thing I discovered was the fact that NYC, NDE. In NYC today, you see NYC sending corpers to go and teach, corpers to go and do quite a lot of things. And I met the minister. I said, Honorable Minister, we paid the cost visit beyond when I river basin. I said, Honorable Minister, post these corpers to river basins. Let them learn techniques of farming. Let them teach them techniques of farming. And at the end of it all, get funding, give to them, even if it's 1 million, we are going to start farming and monitor. We won't be where we are. We had an agreement with ND, National Director of Employment, led by the DG, Honorable Salas. We signed an agreement because we sat down with him and said, look, all these unemployed youths, please gather, even if you're talking about each state, let's have 500 minimum. We will train them. When we train them on how to farm, on how to manage water, and usage of irrigation system, we will train them on all this. We will not give them, because we have the land, we will not give them, let's say, we give them 1 hectare, 500. That's 500 hectares. And whatever money you want to give them at that point in time, for what you normally give them when they finish the course, we will give them. But we will monitor, we'll give them seedlings, we'll do the land preparation, we'll give them seedlings. And we not brought in National Council for Seedling Council, I've forgotten the name now, so that it will be a tripartite arrangement. So that at the end of the day, they have the seedlings, we clear the land, then you give them whatever you want to give them for them to monitor the land and monitor the farming. We irrigate the land for them. So imagine we now have 500 in each state.
Hectares.
Every 500 hectares every three months that will pass out. What will you say about that? So that was why we now enter in agreement, all the 12 river basin with NDE. We met with the Minister of Youth, who now directed NYC to post corps members to all the river basins. And as such, we have integrated farming that we are partnering, that we are doing with the women in each of the states. And what does it mean? Which is the green vegetables. So in each of the, we are partnering with the Minister of Agri. We went to the Minister of Agri. River basins. With the permission of the minister, our minister, Professor Joseph, we went with the had a meeting with the DG of Bank of Agri. We sat down with him. We made him understand the fact that, look, we should be partnering with you. We are working together as federal government agencies. So whatever you want to do in the local government, partner with us so that we can achieve the best for the federal government. So we met with him, and we are planning how to establish in each local government green vegetables. So in our basin, what we do is we're establishing green vegetables, vegetables, we have pepper, we have tomatoes, we have okra and others. And who are the sellers? The women. So we give them at a reduced price. If they sell tomato in the market now, maybe a basket for 20,000, we give them at 12,000. So whatever they want to make, they make it.
So what's the progress now or the success story so far in this regard?
Funding. Funding has been our issue across the 12 river basin. Funding. It's been and Mr. President has graciously granted us an approval to see him and discuss on all this in the next couple of days. We're going to see Mr. President, we're going to come. But I can assure you of this thing, that by the time we implement all this, there will be a lot, and I mean it, a lot of the food prices will crash. Because that is what Mr. President directed us to do. You can imagine if we have tomatoes that they sell a basket for 20,000, we are giving it to market women for 12,000, and we direct them. We have a price tag. Don't sell more than 12,000. Don't sell more than, let's say, 15,000 man. So when you do that, you crash the market. Everybody, so we are prepared, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're going to do, and that's what we've looked at. We've looked at it holistically across the entire nation. That's exactly what we should do. So that brings us to the fact that if river basin have not been neglected, we won't be where we are.
Well, that being said, having checked all these challenges that you've well said, which funding is the major one and other things, before I let you go, if you had to prioritize one reform tomorrow to unlock the potentials of our river basins, what would that be? Just briefly.
Well, let me put it this way. If I have to prioritize, I will do allocation. Okay. And I mean it. federal allocation, 1% to river basin. I'm going to live here one day. Whether 4 years, whether 8 years, doesn't matter. But the number one aspect of a nation is food. When you feed the nation, you have solved 65% of their problem. Food, shelter. The electricity is secondary. You know why? Go to the rural areas. Developed nations, they have rural areas. They don't even bother what they have, what is in the city. So the issue is this: I want a system, a sustainable financial system that can be sustainable for all the river basin. Then that will be able to collaborate and bring in developmental agencies. Because right now, developmental agencies are not looking at river basin. They are scared because of the security. They are scared because of the community issue concerning land. We have quite a challenges on that. I remember the last time was it last year? We needed to put a water project in one of our farms. We put the water project there, solar, that will assist the farmers. And guess what? Somebody came and said it is their father's land. After some certain group have signed that we can go ahead, including the head of that community. So some people came now and said it is their father now. We have to remove the water project that we put there. Quote and unquote, solar water project. That we have to remove it, that we have served about 500 farmers, local farmers. The man insisted, to the point the man brought out local sham to harm our house. So what I did was I went there myself and I called the man. I said, excuse me, sir, how much is the land we want to sell? Tell me how much is it? I said, I, myself, forget about the fact that I'm empty. I want to buy it. So you can imagine the challenges in the river basin. So we will look at, if there's only one thing I can do that I will plead with Mr. President, let us have a sustainable financial system for the government. Every allocation, every month, let that be, you see, we are devoting some certain percentage to test fund. Test fund is having some percentage. What stopped Nigeria? What stopped us from having 1% to river basins? That would be, or to the food, how do I put it? The food security agencies, Ministry of Agric, Ministry of Water Resources, and their agencies. We have 1% or 2%. Devote it for them, so that there won't be issue of funding in Nigeria. There won't be issue of, they won't have any issue of funding. That is what.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Samuel Olufemi Adekombi.
Thank you.
I can't appreciate you enough.
Thank you so much
for your insights. You're again for coming.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're very much welcome.
Thank you.
Well, this is Issues of the Moment. Dr. Samuel Olufemi Adekombi has been our guest. He is an environmentalist and the managing director and CEO of Benin Owena Rivers Basin Development Authority. And we've been discussing the development of Nigeria's river basin authorities for food sufficiency. This is where we end the program. I thank you so much for watching. My name is Justin Abemunyi, and we say bye for now.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC. Office of the National Security Advisor.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Da'amat.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire.
Welcome to the news update on NTA International. I am Nolene Ebel Ame. Veteran UK Labour politician Andy Bonham emphatically won a crunch by-election on Friday, securing a parliamentary seat and clearing the way for a widely expected leadership challenge to Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Bonham, a former government minister who has been Greater Manchester Mayor since 2017, ensured his return to Parliament by easily beating the far-right Reform UK Party's candidate in the Makerfield constituency in northwest England. The 56-year-old long-time figure in centre-left Labour wants to replace Starmer as party leader and Prime Minister and needed to win the high-stakes vote to be in a position to trigger such a contest. Cambodia's top court suspended a prison sentence handed to opposition politician Rong Shun, but upheld a ban on him running for office. The outspoken Nation Power Party advisor was sentenced to 4 years in jail last year for incitement to cause social unrest and also banned from voting, running for office and holding office for 5 years. A charge Cambodian authorities frequently use against activists. Around 200 supporters rallied at police barricades outside the court, chanting, "Drop the charge against John Hun." The Republic of Niger have linked Thursday attacks on the airport in Niamey to Al-Qaeda terrorist group. The military leaders announced that 11 soldiers and 2 civilians were killed in the attack. 22 attackers were also killed as security forces repelled raid on the Deri Hamani International Airport in Niamey. An airport source said the gunmen had arrived at the checkpoint by taxi, then encountered fierce resistance from security forces. Niger has been ruled for 3 years by a military junta, which has struggled to contain jihadist violence that has rocked the West African country for a decade. Ghana hosted a landmark global conference on seeking to translate growing political support for slavery reparations into practical commitment toward justice. The conference, which brought together leaders from around Africa and the Caribbean comes after the United Nations adopted a historic resolution that declared the transatlantic slave trade the gravest crime against humanity. And that's the news highlight at this time. Thank you so much for watching. I am Nolene Ebel-Ame.
Governorship election in Ekiti State. INEC commences distribution of sensitive election materials to designated locations across the state. Just as appeal court sitting in Abuja orders Federal High Court to stay execution on verdict ordering INEC to deregister 5 political parties. Remain law-abiding APC support group urges young people in the North Central. Meanwhile, National Economic Council has approved disbursement of over 83 billion naira as anticipatory action task force intervention. We have these and more on our lineup, and in the course of the program, we will be joining our correspondents in Ado Ekiti for an update on the preparations for tomorrow's governorship elections. I'm Fisayo Ogunfuyi, and this is Political Update. Welcome. Let's start from Abuja. The National Economic Council has approved the disbursement of over 83 billion naira as anticipatory action task force interventions, and the intervention fund is 50% of the proposed 166 billion naira as requested at the council. The council also approved the National Regional Development Policy 2026 to 2030.
Actually, it was the council is requested to approve the disbursement of the sum of 166,422,363,763 naira only. Council approved the sum of 83,211,818,881 naira 50 kobo, being 50% of the proposed budget for the AATF, with a plan to review the framework at subsequent meetings as part of broad measures aimed at tackling flood and related disasters.
Council will definitely make more provisions going forward, but you have to now look at it in the context of the resources available so that you can be able to put in mechanisms in place in a very proactive manner. So that is the essence for which Council decided to reduce it by 50%.
All right, let's go to Ekiti very quickly because we'll take the INEC report later. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has commenced the distribution of sensitive election materials to designated locations across the state. The exercise is aimed at ensuring the timely deployment of materials and strengthening public confidence in the electoral process.
The tight security and in the presence of representatives of political parties, election observers and the media, the Independent National Electoral Commission officials supervised the distribution of sensitive materials, including ballot papers, result sheets, and other election documents. The State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Bumi Omoshenidemi, said the exercise demonstrated the commitment of the Commission to transparency, accountability, and the conduct of a credible governorship election. He urged voters to conduct themselves responsibly and participate actively in the democratic process.
But all arrangements for the election have reached an advanced stage. Our personnel has been trained, non-sensitive materials has been deployed, and the coordination with security agencies and other critical stakeholders have been strengthened to ensure a peaceful and orderly process.
The Commissioner of Police in charge of Ekiti governorship election, Abayomi Shogunle, assured stakeholders that adequate logistics and security arrangements have been put in place to ensure the smooth movement and protection of election materials throughout the process.
We are putting plans in place to ensure that these materials, they arrive safely at all designated polling units across the state by Saturday morning very early to enable the commencement of voting at the stipulated time at the various polling units.
Political party agents who monitored the distribution expressed satisfaction with the level of openness displayed by the electoral body, while urging the commission to sustain the same standard during voting and collation.
Okay, but by that report, we know that Ekiti is now ready to vote for its governor. And let me welcome Oluwafemi John Adebayo, Head of Research and Strategy, Kimpact Development Initiative. They monitor the votes and been doing that across the country in recent time. Femi, thank you. You're joining us from Ado Ekiti. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And my colleague, Ayodeji Ogunshakin, is on the streets of Ado Ekiti. Ayodeji, I can see you there. Where are you, Ajilosun or Dalimo? Tell us. All right, while we're waiting for Deji to get into the groove, you've been in Ekiti and of course in the Southwest for a while monitoring the vote. Tell us in some of the activities leading up to this event, talking about tomorrow's elections, and tell us, are you satisfied with the run-up to this election?
I mean, the conversation of satisfaction, it's going to be about different stakeholders and how they contribute, extensively to the conversation around what we'll call maybe electoral credibility or integrity of the election. So, but first of all, let's start with INEC. I think INEC, it's very important in this conversation. They are the administrator, they conduct the elections technically. INEC has a lot of activities leading to the elections, and I think as your report also stated earlier, a lot of those preparation has been to advanced stage. I mean, it's already at the advanced stage, and most importantly is the fact that most of the lined up activities has been done. Just yesterday, I'm very aware that from CBN, sensitive material had moved to all of the racks, which we call the registration area centers. So if you look at that, that is there. Of course, we've also seen a couple of campaigns. That's now on the part of the political parties, though it is not evenly distributed. We're seeing campaign, some from dominant, or let me use the word, highly visible political parties. And we've seen that. Of course, we've also seen how the atmosphere is for the citizens, which are the major stakeholders in these elections. Many are geared to participate in the elections, but most importantly are also the factors around turnout. I mean, to just cap it all is to say that Ekiti elections it's not an election that you will say is going to be characterized, or possibly issues around electoral violence will be the dominant conversation in the elections. No, that's not what's going to happen. Because even pre-elections, you could see that for pre-elections, pre-election violence is not prevalent. I mean, that's the word, which is very important for us to know. And as we move into the election day, we do not foresee, from what the data is saying, tracking for 6 months, that there could be, the violence will characterize the elections. But of course, there are other electoral related pressure. If things are not managed properly, there could be issues. And of course, it still borders around the preparedness of INEC. It borders around conversations around insecurity in the state, most especially the border communities or the border local government state. So for me, these are the issues and these are some of the things that we need to look at as we go into the elections. Even beyond that,
let my colleague come in so that maybe he can help us to add some perspectives to this discussion. Ayode Jogunshakin, you are live there on the streets of Ado Ekiti. Tell us what is happening there and let's share your experience. Sharing your experience, I beg your pardon.
Yes, like people have been eager for this election coming up in the next few hours. You know, when you look at the situation in the city of Ado Ekiti, the state capital, we discover that people are really eager and ready for the election. The atmosphere is calm and cool. You know, looking at what because we've moved around the town, no any sign of anxiety or insecurity. In terms of preparations, the Independent National Electoral Commission has done everything needful to ensure free, fair, and credible election. When you look at the aspect of security, even as at this morning, the Commissioner of Police in charge of election had a meeting with the press and re-emphasized the readiness of the security personnel to ensure free, fair, and credible election. There has been deployment of security agents to all the nook and cranny of Ekiti State without making sure that there's peace. Of course, when you look at even the Independent National Electoral Commission, they've deployed their electoral officers to the various local governments, including the distribution of sensitive materials, which was held yesterday. Visits to the office of INEC, especially at the local government INEC offices. The election officers, they are there already. While some have been deployed, they have moved to their various towns and where the election will be conducted tomorrow. So generally, the situation is peaceful, calm, and people are eager to elect the candidate of their choice coming up tomorrow.
All right.
And I'm having with me one.
Go ahead, please.
I'm having with him one of the electorate who will be telling me his experience about the general observation, about the preparations concerning tomorrow's election. And of course, as an electorate, he will tell me his preparation too for the election. So can you tell us your general observation about tomorrow's election and you as an individual, what is your level of preparation?
Thank you very much. As a resident of Ekiti State, I have collected my PVC. The environment is peaceful. The environment is calm. There is no violence. And with what I've moved around and with what I've seen today, I can actually predict what can happen tomorrow, that election is going to be peaceful.
Thank you very much. That's just the key word. There's going to be peaceful election tomorrow, considering the atmosphere we are experiencing in Ekiti State. Thank you very much. That's the situation from me.
All right, thank you. And let me greet you in your language. You say Ekiti Parapo, Ekiti Kete. So we know that it's a family business there. It's not as if we don't expect any violence. After all, everybody is bearing the same name in Ekiti State. Let me come back to Femi, who is actually, incidentally, of course, is right there in Ado Ekiti as well. Ayodeji, I would hopefully maybe in the course of the day we'll still get back to you. Thank you for your intervention on the program. But you heard from the Jogunshakin there, also speaking to somebody who is getting ready, of course, who's gotten his PVC and all that. In terms of the size, it's not a very big state, so monitoring shouldn't be a difficult thing, especially for you and your colleagues.
Right. When it comes to the size of the state, and I think one thing to also note is that when you talk about maybe the land mass, yes, Ekiti State in terms of land mass may not be that very big state, but as of the estimated population, Ekiti also is somewhere around between 4 million to 5 million. So, that's a lot of individuals in the state. And one of the major landmark, for these elections is that Ekiti has also crossed, the 1 million mark when it comes to registered voter in the state. So these are some of the things to note. But again, like I said earlier, all of the predictions, even from other civil society, and conversations I've had with major stakeholders, everybody is actually saying that the elections are going to be peaceful. Data also didn't see otherwise, right? But what is very, very key is for us to understand that there are other pressures that are beneath that piece we're talking about. And one of those pressure, like I also spoke about, is the insecurity. And I think that is very key to actually spotlight that Ekiti elections is not going to happen in silos. It's going to happen within an environment. And there is a level of insecurity in some axes of the state. And I use, for instance, major local governments as an example, where kidnappings are happening. Again, because Ekiti has this culture around migrating to the rural local government. If I'm working in Ado Ekiti as the state capital, I'm tempted. Maybe my registration as a voter is in my local government. Where's my village home or my hometown, as we popularly put it in Ekiti State? And because, for instance, people that are registered in a major local government, and they are possibly working maybe in the urban local government like Ado Ekiti. I've had conversation with stakeholders, and some are saying they're not going to return home because they don't know when the next kidnap is going to happen, right? Maybe that is going to happen around this period. So again, that is speaking to us what I can actually call, a kind of voter turnout, which we think that it may also impact voter turnout. I think that's what that is. The second thing again is, of course, INEC has assured people around their readiness and preparedness. I also heard the rec yesterday talking about this, assuring the Ekiti people they've mapped out terrains, hilly areas that are hard to reach, and all of those. But again, I've seen situation in Anambra elections in 2021 because of insecurity. Ad hoc staff are actually retreating to say they are not going to go to fulfill that duty. After they've been trained, they've been mobilized, but they declined because of insecurity. I've been mentioning Ilejemeje local government. What about Moba local government? Ilejemeje borders Kogi, Moba borders Kwara. So if you look at all of those, these are some of the challenges. Even up to a local government like Ikole local government, there are still, some level of insecurity also happening in those particular local government. So these are some of the things. Again, like I also mentioned earlier.
I think you've made your point,
like
and we had a discussion.
Earlier.
We had a discussion with the CP in charge of the elections, and they are really, they said they are aware of some of the challenges, and I think those some of those corridors, especially the ones bordering Kogi, Kwara, and in the areas you're talking about from Umu down to the Ilejemeje, down to even getting to Oye, to Iyamoye, moving into Iyamoye is in Kogi State, but of course they are all cousins around that axis. They are aware of some of these issues that you have raised. So thank you so much for your intervention. This is your first salvo. I hope you know that you are going to be cutting in to give us some information from the field in the course of all these activities. That is what we're doing for you, KDI, Kimpact. So you should do that for us in terms of generating some content based on numbers for us from the field. So we've been speaking with Femi Adebayo. Femi John Adebayo is the head of research and strategy, Kimpact Development Initiative. They are watching the vote. They are looking at other aspects of it. And of course, at the end of it, I'm sure you also come out with a paper that will help the electoral process, knowing fully well that this is just one of many. We have Osun State in a couple of months, and of course the big one in the beginning of 2027. Thank you very much, Femi Adebayo, joining us live from Ado Ekiti.
And thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. So let's move on now. The National Youth Wing of the Opposition African Democratic Congress, in conjunction with civil society organizations, leaders in the party, have written a formal petition against Justice Peter Lifu, demanding his removal from any or all adjudicatory matters, reviews, or decision-making rules concerning the ADC. The petition, dated the 18th of June 2026, was addressed to the Executive Secretary, National Judicial Council, and signed by ADC's National Youth Leader, Balarabe Rufai. Reading the content of the petition to the media at the ADC National Secretariat, the leadership alleged that all efforts to submit the petition at the NJC office failed. Therefore, they need to present the petition to the public. Right, we couldn't quite get, but of course we have the content of that report. Moving on, the Social Democratic Party, SDP, has acknowledged that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has implemented the ruling of the Supreme Court by uploading the name of Professor Abubakar Sadid Umar Gombe on its official portal to replace Shehu Musa Gabam. The statement by the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Arabarufos Ayinigba, indicates that the name of the former national chairman of the party who was expelled was wrongly restored by the commission on account of the earlier judgment of the Court of Appeal. The statement says INEC removed the name of the former chairman and other expelled members on Wednesday, the 17th of June, 2026. This, the statement says, lays to rest what it describes as externally induced leadership crisis, as the party now stands on a strong pedestal of sustainable stability to be strongly positioned for the 2027 general election. Now, the Tinubu support group TSG has encouraged young people across the North Central to remain law-abiding, productive, and actively involved in nation building. The Director General of the group, Dr. Umar Tanku Yakasai, stated this in Abuja while inaugurating the National Executive Council of the Alliance of North Central Youth into its fold. Convener and National Coordinator of the Alliance, Joshua Ochojegbe, reaffirmed the unwavering support of the Alliance of North Central Youth for the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Partnership, we believe in working together. All of us are working for the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I believe that one person cannot do it alone.
Members of the Alliance lauded the Tinubu administration for appointing sons and daughters of the North Central Zone into positions of authority, assuring that they would continue to justify the confidence reposed in them. And that is a political update for today. It is a weekend of elections, by-elections in different centers across the country, Ondo, Rivers, and of course the main one, which is the governorship election, will be this weekend, and NC will be there to give you every minute as the people of Ekiti decide who will stay in government house, whether the one there now will retain his tenancy or there will be a new one there. After all, the people are the landlords. Between now and when we start our live studio, which is at 4:30 today, to when the votes will be concluded, keep it logged on the Nigerian Television Authority for news, reviews, previews, and interviews, and do play your politics for the greater good. Bye-bye now.
Amanda, what's going on here? Why do you have your things scattered all over the place? Your slippers on my bed? How much would I give you for a night?
Are you mad?
Esther, you know they even lock your door. Okay!
You are a thief.
Mother
Now that Victoria friend will get big front and back. So I said, look, they go. I just the remaining 2 minutes are for you.
What's showing you money? Calm down. If you have thought about that before going to buy a phone that you cannot afford.
I will bite you if I not giving me my money, be lightness. But this is okay.
I like the way you say Vicky. I even like the way you do Vicky. I do it again. Vicky.
Face-to-face is another way of life for this country.
Nigeria is a nation of over 200 million people, united by diversity, resilience, and hope. For many citizens, the Nigerian dream represents more than survival. It is the belief that every Nigerian deserves dignity, opportunity, peace, and a chance to build a better future. What does the Nigerian dream truly mean? The Nigerian dream is built on the idea of a nation where hard work is rewarded, justice is upheld, and governance reflects transparency and accountability. A country where young people can pursue their ambition without fear, where citizens can confidently aspire to a brighter tomorrow. How can a shared national vision help shape the Nigeria we all desire?
A nation is not built in a day. And what that means is that it takes consistent sacrifice over the years for us to begin to see the fruit of the labor that we have right now.
At the center of this shared vision are values that strengthen discipline, unity, responsibility, and patriotism. National progress becomes possible when citizens begin to see themselves beyond the ethnic, religious, or social differences and instead focus on common destiny. Achieving the Nigerian dream requires more than government action alone. It is a call for collective responsibility. The journey towards the ideal Nigeria may not be easy, but hope remains a powerful force.
This is a call to every Nigerian to also wake up to build like our heroes did and also ensure that we build a system. Now, in building, there's something I always like to say, that when you are building a system, don't just do the work. Ensure that you build a system that protects the work that has been done. So as we are building in this season, one thing I would encourage everyone to do is to look at what Nigeria should be in the next 10, 50 years. We should look at what Nigeria would need in the next 100 years and begin to build that structure now. And this is the only way we can create a safe environment for posterity to come.
Nigerian dreams truly mean a better life in a secured environment.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello friends, welcome to Kiddies World. As usual, I'm your host Timus, on my day with Erse. I am going to another fun-filled adventure on Kiddies World.
Today's episode is about learning while playing. Does it sound impossible? Well, it's not. As children, we do love playing, and we can actually learn while playing. So today's episode is just going to educate us more on how children can learn while playing. So please join us for usual exercise as we stretch our bodies and get ready for today's episode.
In 5, 4, 10.
Welcome back from that fitting exercise, friends. I hope that you are all ready for today's episode. Now, it's time to ask some of our friends what they really know about playing, like what's their favorite game and what kind of games do they play. So please come along with us as we have more fun.
My name is Imam Bello. My name is Love Stephen Shokoyemi. My name is Olivia Oganeke Chauko Waive. My name is Ifechuku Noso Igwani. My name is Kenneth Afe. Yes, I love playing games.
Do you love playing games?
I love playing games. I love playing games. I love playing games. Favorite game is Sharks. Monster Truck. Monster Truck.
Monster Truck.
My favorite game is Roblox. Fire Count, Fire Truck. Police game. I love playing with my brother. I play with my sister. My brother. He's my friend. Anyway.
Welcome back from that exciting Vox Pop, friends. Well, I would say my favorite games are Roblox and Free Fire. Roblox because it's very fun and I've been playing it for a while now, since like I was 7. And it has a lot of games like hobbies, shooting games and the rest of them. Well, Free Fire is a shooting game, and I would say that my favorite genre of games is shooting games because just pew! and then you're my target now. Now, it's time for us to take a quick feature on learning while playing and fun. So please come along with us as we learn more through this feature.
Hi friends, do you know that for many children, playing is fun, laughter, games, and spending time with your friends? But play, it's much more than that. It's one of the most important ways children learn and grow. Whether it's kicking a ball, jumping rope, playing tag, or racing with friends, every game teaches valuable lessons. Through play, children learn teamwork, patience, and how to follow rules. Play also teaches children how to share, cooperate, and care for others. When children take turns and play fairly, they learn important social skills that will help them throughout their lives. Do you know that play helps the brain grow too? Activities like puzzles, building blocks, drawing, and creative games encourage children to think, imagine, and solve problems. Playing is also a great way to stay healthy. Running, jumping, dancing, and other active games help keep the body strong and fit. Best of all, play helps children feel happy and relaxed. Remember, play is not a waste of time. Every time you play, you are learning something new. You are building friendships, developing skills, and discovering the world around you. So get up, get active, play fair, and have fun. Because when children play together, they learn together, grow together, and shine together.
June 11th every year is World Play Day. Why is playing important? Well, to me, playing is really important because children like me can learn while playing. So please, we've gone on a short break, but do not go anywhere as we'll be visiting a children's center here in Abuja that's going to educate us more on how, yes, children can actually learn more while playing.
Wow, what's the kid one?
We said protect play, protect childhood. Are you ready? Protect play, protect childhood. Let's do it again. Protect play, protect childhood. Yes. So when we come together and we play makes us happy. Play makes us grow faster and grow very well. Play makes us very, very, very smart in class. Okay? So when we play and we explore, our brains grow into big brains, right? Yeah. That is why we must learn to play every day. Everybody say play every day. Play every day. Do you remember what we said? We said play is my right. Are you ready? Play is my right. One more time. Play is my right. That means that you have the right to play, and you should play at home, play in school. But we know that we said when you are playing, you should always be safe, right? We should be safe. We should make sure that when we are playing wisely, we are playing safely, and we are happy and our friends are happy as well. Do we remember that? Yes. Okay. Who wants to tell me how play makes them feel? Me. Okay. How does play make you feel? It makes you feel happy. Who wants to tell us again? How does play make you feel? Excited. One more person. Who wants to tell us? Yes? Great. It makes us feel great. Great. Yay. Yes? How does play make you feel? Happy. Yeah. Yes? Excited. Good job, guys. All right. So Remember, 11th of June is the International Day of Play. And we, as Christians, have come to celebrate the Day of Play with you. So we're going to go outside now to have our play parade. Everybody say, play parade! Play parade! Day of Play, and it's the 11th of June. The Day of Play has been set aside all over the world to show children the value of play. Play is a topic that is gaining a lot of attention now because it has been proven that play is one of the best ways for children to learn. Childhood development is encapsulated in play. We cannot play with it, as in we have to have more playgrounds, more recess time for children in our community. Even at home, you need to let your children play more because when they play, they make sense of the world around them. So the International Day of Play is the day that the UN has set aside, okay, based on Article 31, to make sure that children all over the world have access to play and know the value of play. So in a nutshell, play is a child's right.
So how does play help children?
Oh, play allows them make sense of the world that's around them, right? So when they experiment with things, when they are curious, it helps them learn things. So imagine we didn't have school. Imagine that we didn't have to line up every day and come to school. How will children learn? They will experiment with things. They will watch us as we do them as well, and that's how they learn. And it's in play that they practice these things and form neural pathways that help them grow. So yes, that's how it helps them develop.
Play be part of every school?
Every school needs play. Every teacher needs how to use the play method to teach children. Every child must have access to play. It's non-negotiable.
So what skills do children develop through play?
Oh, they develop their cognitive skills while they play. They develop, even in academics, play helps them to work better with their academics. And then they learn to self-regulate. They learn also, when they play together, they learn how to give each other turns, right? So collaboration, all the 21st century skills, you can find them in play. So things like communication, critical thinking, all of it you can find.
Today it's a day set aside to create more awareness on the value of play, of why children need to play. And then especially not playing like we know playing to be, but play-based learning, because play is the children's work. what we call play is what the children call work. Because through playing, they're developing their cognitive skills, social skills. They are learning to solve problems, because when they are playing, they sort themselves out. They are learning leadership skills. They are learning social skills. So you see that play is not just play. And when we now bring it to the classroom, you find that children love to play, and once you are able to introduce play to anything, English, maths, social studies, they learn better. They don't forget. And that's why we're encouraging everyone, especially in the early years, that every education, everything you're doing in class should be play-based. Learning is fun when you learn through play, and they never forget. Yeah.
So how can you encourage schools for more meaningful play?
I think schools need to be more intentional. Schools need to be more intentional about everything they're doing, especially those who are working with children in the early years. Thank God for the new curriculum that the NERDC, National Education Resource Council, have done. There's a new curriculum out now, and it's purely play-based. And learning is fun. You now have children who want to come to school. They're anxious to come to school because learning is now fun in the class.
It makes you feel happy. Where's your smile if you're happy?
What is play? Play is what you do when you're having fun and use your imagination. It can be running, building, drawing, dancing, or playing games. It's how you explore, make friends, and learn new things without even knowing.
Welcome back from that exciting break, friends, and I'm sure that you have learned a lot of things and had as much as fun as I did. I would like to thank Auntie Mudle for the wonderful experience and adventure that she gave us children, because yes, we can really learn through playing. So we're going on another short break, but please do not go anywhere, as you'll be seeing me and my bestie Namto, as he'll be teaching us the sounds of the alphabet. Hello, baby.
Hello.
So what's your name?
My name is Namto.
Oh, nice to meet you, Namto. Nice to meet you.
Of course.
So are you going to be helping us with the sounds of the alphabet today?
Yes.
All right. Letter A sound. Letter B sound. Letter C sound. Letter D sound. Letter E sound. Letter F sound. Letter G sound. Letter H sound. Letter I sound.
Letter J sound.
Yeah. What does letter J sound?
J.
Yes. What about letter K? What about letter L?
L.
M?
M.
N?
N.
O? Letter P sound. Letter Q sound. Yeah. Qu. Letter I sound. Letter S sound. Letter T sound. Letter U sound. Letter V sound. Letter W sound. What about letter Y? And X? Yes. And Z? You did it. High five. Welcome back from that exciting break, friends. Now, it's time for our Learn a Word, and today our word is recreation. Do you know what it means? Well, I think I know what it means. So please, if you do, if you don't, come along with us as we learn more and have more fun.
Let's learn the word recreation. R-E-C-R-E-A-T-I-O-N. Recreation. Meaning of recreation. Recreation are activities done for fun, enjoyment, and relaxation.
Welcome back from that Learn a Word, friends, and today our word is recreation. Well, to me, recreation just simply means anything that you do at your leisure or your free time. And I think recreational centers are very important because they also play a role in playing and learning as a child. Well, we've had another exciting and amazing episode. As usual, I remain your host, the most on my day with Erinse. Hope to see all of you amazing people next time. Mwah, mwah. Bye!
Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us, Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land.
To execute it. And trying to get it under his control.
Money, one of the oldest inventions of human civilization, has taken many forms in Nigeria. From the early days of trade by barter, to the introduction of cowries, coins, and naira notes, our understanding of value has constantly evolved. Today, as technology reshapes every sector, Nigeria is making another bold transition from cash to code, from physical money to digital value. This is the story of how we got here and whether everyone is keeping up.
In the 80s, in the 70s, you talk about transactionary mode, that is the payment instruments such as check, promissory note, and the rest of them. If you bring it down to 1980s era, you see situations where there are checks transaction, people go to the bank to fill tellers up to 1990s, early 2000. But in the past 20 years, a lot has changed in the transactional system in the country, especially the monetary sector. You now have the advent of digital economy, the advent of internet facilitated a lot of this to happen. People can now sit in the comfort of their house or of their office. They can, make transfer for transactions. People are on the way traveling. They can make transfer for transactions. You don't have to fill check except where it is necessary. You don't have to queue up in the bank except some people that are still analog in nature.
The journey began centuries ago when trade by barter ruled local markets. The introduction of cowries and colonial coins standardized trade. Then came the Naira, symbolizing national pride and modern commerce. But the 21st century ushered in a new era. ATMs, online banking, mobile apps, and fintech platforms transformed how Nigerians save, send, and spend money. From cash in hand to a few taps on a screen, the definition of money has changed forever.
International body like to do anything serious with an economy where transactions are largely cash-based. And that's helped the government of Nigeria through the CBN to introduce a lot of digital payment innovations. As people make more money, government get more taxes. And government use that taxes, to also benefit the members of the public.
Digital finance isn't just convenience, it is inclusion. It connects farmers in remote areas, empowers small businesses, and drives innovation in our economy. Yet, challenges remain connectivity, trust, literacy, and access. As we move towards a cashless future, one question remains. Has everyone caught up with this new wave of financial evolution?
You have more population of the country living in the rural area, not in the urban. So what government needs to do, once internet is provided, I wouldn't say government should buy telephone or phone or Android phone for everybody, no, but let there be infrastructure. The government should encourage the companies and the players within the telecom industry. That will enable internet to be across, and you see people will embrace online payment. This is a major thing I think will help government, because nobody like to operate in the old era. Everybody you see old people now who carry their Android phone and be playing with it. And if they can play with it, they can actually carry out online transaction. You see old people today, in their 80s, they still post on WhatsApp. It tells you that when we go more into the rural area, the unbanked population will drastically reduce, if not zero.
Digital finance is changing how Nigerians live, trade, and connect. But true progress means more than going cashless. It means ensuring everyone is part of the journey. Because the future of money isn't just digital, it is inclusive.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority.
Federal government reaffirms partnership with the European Union and the European Investment Bank to tackle key development challenges. Global inflation figures show that Venezuela records highest inflation in the world at 524.49%. Plus, Brent in more than its weekly loss as traders weigh U.S.-Iran truce outlook. And our guest on the program today is Mahesh Mishra, Group Head, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the British High Commission, Nigeria. The program is Business Express, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Benny Adams, your guide. It's good to know you are still tuned. Now, latest available inflation data compiled from the National Statistics Agencies and central banks show that the world's highest inflation rates remain concentrated in the small group of economies where prices continue to rise rapidly due to weak currencies, supply disruptions, and broader economic challenges. The data shows that as of May 2026, Venezuela recorded the highest inflation rate globally at 524.49%, while Pakistan and Ethiopia occupied the final positions on the ranking with inflation rates of 11.70%. This ranking is based on covering countries with publicly available inflation rate data. The report adds that Africa accounts for the largest share of countries on the list, with Malawi, Nigeria, Egypt, Libya, Rwanda, and Ethiopia among the countries experiencing elevated inflation. Nigeria's latest headline inflation rate stands at 15.93% in May from 15.69%. We move now to talk about news that will interest every Nigerian. As crude oil prices drop, Nigerians anticipate a significant decrease in fuel prices, possibly returning to pre-crisis levels. The Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, in a statement, urged refiners and fuel importers to immediately adjust the pump prices downwards. This call came in response to a significant slump in the global crude oil prices and reduced landing costs for imported products. The association acknowledged that while the retail operators need time to offload older inventory without massive losses, the benefits of global price drops must reach the Nigerian consumer. The statement adds that Petron continues to advocate for a diversified and competitive market, stressing that the availability of multiple supply sources is vital for consumer protection and fair pricing. Meanwhile, Brent crude steadied this Friday in a more than 8% weekly decline as traders weighed fading U.S.-Iran truce prospects after talks were called off and the Israel escalated attacks in Lebanon. Brent crude futures were little changed at $79.78 a barrel in early trade. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude, which expires on Monday, rose nearly $1 to $77.59 a barrel. The more actively traded WTI August contract was up 13 cents at $75.98 a barrel. The agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz has been met with a stiff relief in markets, but some traders worry the rally in stocks and drop in oil prices might be overdone. On Commodities Watch, gold demand was modest this week. Prices fell to their lowest level in 2.5 months and remained volatile. A look at prices of other commodities around the world at this very time. In another development, the federal government and the United Kingdom recently announced a new £15 million UK-Nigeria growth program to accelerate Nigeria's economic reform program and attract greater private sector investment into the country. The initiative was unveiled when the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, hosted the UK Minister for Africa and International Development, Baroness Jenny Chapman, in Abuja. Under the arrangement, the UK-Nigeria Growth Program will run for 3 years, targeting improved access to capital for small and medium-scale enterprises, stronger capital markets, and the unlocking of new investment flows into the Nigerian economy. Both governments also agreed to collaborate on digital economy reforms through the Spirit initiative, designed to remove regulatory bottlenecks and drive technology infrastructure development across the country. Now, the £15 million UK growth program is the focus of our conversation on the program today. And to help us understand the significance of this partnership and what it means for Nigeria, for businesses and investors, we are joined by Mahesh Mishra. He's the Group Head, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, British High Commission here in Abuja. It's a huge pleasure to have you on the program, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you very much, Benny. A very good afternoon to you and your viewers. And thank you very much for having me here.
Great. Now to start with, we understand that this £15 million growth program is designed to help Nigeria transition from a macroeconomic stabilization to sustained reform-led growth. Given the current pressing economic pressures on Nigerian businesses as well as their consumers, how quickly will this program we deploy, and what are the immediate measurable indicators that a small business owner or market investor will see to know this transition is actually happening?
Thank you. The UK-Nigeria Growth Program is a 15 million program, as you said, and it's designed especially to convert the reform momentum of Nigeria and the opportunity it is creating into tangible trade and investment outcomes. It's great that due to the policy measures that have been taken over the past 2 years or so, policy direction is significantly improving in Nigeria. We are seeing significant increase in investor confidence, as has been reflected in the international credit rating by some of the reputable credit rating agencies of the world. That said, you also see that good investment opportunities often get halted at the stage of execution. And the UK-Nigeria Growth Program is actually designed to reduce that gap between opportunities that are created through the reform program and taking them to their final execution stage. The program is going to provide very targeted support to specific investment deals in helping unblock, constraints around policy, regulation, investment readiness, financial structuring, So the whole idea is to provide support in a very targeted manner so that we are able to move investment deals faster to financial close and implementation. Our objective is that this will be a program which is going to be connecting the dots between opportunities created by Nigeria's reform program and the wider offer that we have through the United Kingdom. So it's not just about our overseas development assistance, but it's also about connecting opportunities in Nigeria to development finance, concessional finance through the British International Investment, the UK export finance, and also connecting opportunities here to the City of London and London Stock Exchange, and making use of UK as a gateway for Nigeria to have access to international capital.
Okay, now talking about connecting opportunities to real finance for practical action. Under the Digital Access Program, you are launching that's the SPIRIT initiative across 5 states to reduce the regulatory barriers which you've mentioned for broadband, fintech, and specific states are being targeted. How will this initiative practically now direct the environment for tech investment, especially for rising fintechs like the ones leveraging London's capital markets at this point?
Thank you. So SPIRIT, which is state-level policy, regulation, and institutional reforms enabling the transformation of digital economy in Nigeria, that's what SPIRIT kind of stands for. It's a program which is designed to provide support to government at a subnational level, that is the state governments, to help them take policy measures, regulatory measures in a way that pave the way for increased private sector-led investment coming to the digital sector, and thereby help drive job creation and income growth in Nigeria. The whole idea is to bring in knowledge and expertise which helps state government identify which are the upstream regulation and policy barriers which are preventing private investment to come into the sector, and do policy and regulation in a way that is more friendly and more helpful for private sector to operate. Currently, the plan is for the program to provide support to 5 Nigerian states. Those are Ekiti, Niger, then Enugu, Abia, and Edo. Those are the 5 states. But the list is by no means limited, and we are hoping that going forward there will be scope for expanding the list and collaboration with other state governments.
Okay, great. Now, while the British International Investment and the UK Export Finance are tackling massive infrastructure projects like the Lagos ports, how much of this new £15 million package is directly carved out for technical assistance to deepen local liquidity and help Nigerian MSMEs access affordable credit? Yes, earlier on you mentioned these opportunities and matching the resources needed. Now, how accessible and affordable is this credit?
So a big chunk of the 15 million UK Nigeria growth program is actually technical assistance. There will be some part of it which will be available to help cushion risk for private sector to come in and do things which are not really proven in the market and therefore offer greater risk than the private sector is willing to take. Having said that, we do recognize that access to finance is very, very crucial for driving private sector investment and private sector growth, especially of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And there are multiple ways through which we provide support to help businesses have access to finance. So, for example, the British International Investment has provided a 50 million support through FCMB, which is a commercial bank of Nigeria. And the idea is for that money to be used along with FCMB's own money, to provide or scale up access to finance by businesses in Nigeria. That's one way of how we are supporting access to finance. The other way, as you rightly said, is the UK Export Finance, which is the UK Export Credit Agency. And, UKEF is about unlocking project finance for large or significantly big projects in Nigeria. So the port deal is a $1 billion project, and UKEF is underwriting the risk, and there is going to be some element of UK supply content into the process of modernizing and expanding ports in Nigeria through the Nigeria Port Authority. Similarly, more and more Nigerian firms are listing their stocks on London Stock Exchange, and thereby accessing capital, international capital through the London Stock Exchange. And there is support available through some of our programs to Nigerian firms willing and wanting to get themselves listed on London Stock Exchange. So in a way, it's not just about ODA, it's a wider set of UK capabilities that we try to bring into play to the growth story here in Nigeria, and do it in a way that creates opportunities for British businesses as well. And the idea is that we help and provide Nigerian firms have access to international capital, international best practices, and global talent pool through UK and London.
That's quite commendable. Now, Baroness Chapman mentioned that the UK is here for the long term. Now, beyond this direct aid and development funding, what specific policy adjustment or reciprocal incentives is the UK offering on its end to ensure that Nigerian firms trying to scale internationally, like the 7 Nigerian banks currently operated in the UK, how would they face fewer barriers when entering the British or the European markets?
So absolutely, you're right to say that we have a long-standing partnership with Nigeria, and this partnership between our two countries is actually anchored on people-to-people relationship, government-to-government relationship, and relationship between businesses of our two countries. So it's a very substantial and wide-ranging relationship that we have here with Nigeria as a whole. And the idea is that through the strategic development partnership that was signed between our two countries back in November 2024, we make economic partnership as a core and center of the relationship between our two countries. And we have the UK-Nigeria Enhanced Investment and Trade Partnership, ETIP. During the state visit, just before the state visit, there was a ministerial level dialogue between our two countries, and through that agreement, we are looking at how best we can help tackle constraints that are faced by British businesses wanting to trade with Nigeria, or also make investment in Nigeria, and likewise Nigerian firms wanting to export into the UK or making investment into the UK. You mentioned about preferential access. Since we exited from the EU, we have launched our own preferential market access scheme for developing countries that is called Developing Countries Trading Scheme, and it is available
over 300
to Nigerian
commodities.
firms.
We are free to export over 300 commodities.
Exactly, at a zero-rated tariff.
Tariffs, yeah.
And we are working with government of Nigeria and also private sector in Nigeria to explore ways and opportunities through which more and more Nigerian firms and exporters could be able to make use of the benefits that is available through DCTS to expand their export into the UK.
Oh, thank you so very much, Mr. Mahesh Mishra, for that sharing news as well as the opportunities that are abound. I'm sure small business holders as well as the bigger MSMEs out there are listening and they are taking advantage of these opportunities. Thank you for your time at this time.
Thank you very much for having me here. It has been a pleasure.
Great. We hope to have you soon. Now moving on. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has commended the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, that is MOFI, and the National Agricultural Development Fund for their roles in strengthening Nigeria's fertilizer value chain, improving farmers' access, supporting local production, and advancing the administration's food security agenda. President Tinubu said the interventions implemented through the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, now restructured under MOFI, and the renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program implemented through NAFT, demonstrates the administration's commitments to fulfilling its promise to make food security a major pillar of the renewed Hope agenda. He said through that, the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative under MOFI, the government strengthened procurement systems, secured critical raw materials, signed forward supply agreements, improved coordination across the value chain, and protected local fertilizer blending plants from the worst effects of global market disruptions. As of May 2026, more than 449,000 metric tons of fertilizer inputs had been secured, with 10 vessels either discharged or in transit. President Tinubu said Nigeria remains on course to deliver a 1.1 million metric ton fertilizer program in 2026. Now, for many young men displaced by conflict, rebuilding their lives starts with acquiring a skill. This is why the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, which is SMEDAN, in its latest initiative is equipping young men from internally displaced persons camps in Abuja with mobile phone repair skills to enable them earn sustainable livelihoods within their communities.
As a physically challenged person, it is very, very easier for me to do phone repair business because I'm just sitting down, my tools will be in front of me, I will have a table here, I'm working on it. So it's one of the easiest business for a physically challenged person.
Beyond the technical training, participants are being provided with a startup toolkit to help them establish their businesses immediately after the program.
It's not just going to be like business as usual. So when we are done, we are going to test them before we empower them. The empowerment is the equipment that we are going to provide. And it's not going to end at the end of the training. We are going to continuously mentor them. So it's just about inclusion. These are special groups. We want them to be part of the conversation.
The training also covers essential business management skills, including customer identification, basic marketing and sales techniques, financial discipline, profitability, and strategies for sustaining and growing a successful enterprise. Now, the rising cost of cooking gas is becoming a growing concern for many households in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State capital. As families struggle to cope with increase in living expenses, residents and small business operators say the persistent hike in the price of liquefied and petroleum gas, that's the LPG, is affecting their purchasing power and livelihoods. Fred Nwefi reports.
Petroleum gas, LPG, otherwise known as cooking gas, is today the most common source of cooking domestically, which is faster and does not dirty the pots as against using firewood. However, the prevailing hike in refilling the gas is now of major concern to residents.
It's so exorbitant, it's so high, and I don't think a common man can afford it. Those in authority, they need to do something about this. We are buying a kg, 120, 100, 200, but now the rate is almost, we can't afford it again. So it's like many of us will go back and start shako.
But what will suddenly cause this hike? Some wholesalers speak.
I don't know the cost of the increment. They have not told us anything. My advice to government is that they should look forward, because we are producing this gas here. They should look forward in making this gas cheap for Nigerians to use freely and accessible.
While residents are looking up for urgent intervention to reduce the financial burden on them, available information indicates that the federal government is aware of the development and attributes it to adjustment-driven, prevailing market realities like foreign exchange, volatility, rising logistic costs and fluctuation of international LPG prices, and infrastructure constraints and other market pressure. In the meantime, the federal government has ordered the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to intensify oversight to stabilize supply. In Yenagua, Fred Huifi.
And taking a look at the market in Nigeria at the close of transaction today, the market is trading in the BS. But, well, that's an opportunity for new investors to invest. But on the global scene, shares fell this Friday also after U.S. and Iranian negotiations called off peace talks. Maria Aduzakari has global market update at this time. Hello, Maria. It's over to you.
Hello, Ben. It's good to have you. Looking at the international market, European stocks drops on Friday. The DAX of Germany dropped 0.28%. We have FTSE of the UK following at 0.41%. And we have the French CAC, which also tumbled 0.45% lower. In Asia, stocks of major Indian information technology companies fell as much as 7% on Friday after global professional service giant Accenture lowered its revenue guidance, soaring sentiment toward the sector. A look at the figures showed that the Nikkei 225 topped 0.28%, while we have the China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan markets closed for a holiday. Moving to U.S., stock futures are also in the red as investors assess the durability of a U.S. brokered peace agreement with Iran. Let's look at the figures, which we have the Dow, which depreciates by 0.19%. Right there, we have S&P 500 following at 0.24%, and the Nasdaq Composite, which also drops 0.20%. Now moving to Africa, markets ending the week in mixed trade. Looking at South Africa, JSE Top 40, we have figures in red at 1.97%, and we have Namibia also in red at 0.61%. While on the other side, we have Kenya up 1.47%, Tunisia Unity Index higher by 0.31%, and Ghana, which jumped 0.77%. And that's a snapshot of global market to end the week. I am Maria Aduzakari. Back to you, Benny.
Thank you, Maria. And this is where we end today's edition of Business Express. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube and other social media platforms. Business Express returns on all weekdays next week. Join us again as we keep thinking and doing business. I'm Benny Adams saying have a good part of the next rest of the day.
Women make up nearly half of Nigeria's population, yet they remain underrepresented in decision-making positions and face significant barriers to education, health care, and economic opportunities. Every woman or girl has the potential to make the world a better place, and that potential lies in the act of higher thinking and depth of feelings. With these qualities, there is therefore no limit to what women can accomplish if given the opportunity to express themselves and create change around the globe. And so, on this episode of Frontiers, we shall take a look at how women's potential can be tapped for Nigeria's growth. I am Frama Panyi, and our guest is Dr. Asabe Vilita Bashir, Director General Mariam Babangida Center.
Thank you very much.
We will take a next step to set the tone for today's discussion.
Across every corner of Nigeria, women are showing resilience, creativity, and leadership, from farms and markets to boardrooms and parliaments. Yet, the full potential of the Nigerian woman remains largely untapped due to structural barriers, limited access to education, economic exclusion, and cultural constraints. Experts say unlocking women's potential is not just a matter of gender equity. It is a strategic imperative for national development. Empowered women contribute to stronger families, more prosperous communities, and a more robust economy. Studies show that investing in women's education and entrepreneurship significantly boosts gross domestic product, reduces poverty, and improves health outcomes. This program shines a spotlight on women breaking barriers and the policies, mindsets, and support systems needed to empower millions more.
Once more, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Now, let's start the discussion this way.
Okay.
What are the most significant barriers or, issues to women's empowerment in Nigeria?
Women have a lot of barriers militating against their empowerment. Among them is the economic barrier. As we all know, everything revolves around economy. Women have limited access to financial resources. Women don't have access to credit facilities, and women don't have equal opportunities to job opportunities. And another big barrier is the educational barrier. We all know how important education is in our lives, in our day-to-day activities. And we can see that in our environment, women have limited access to education compared to the male counterpart, especially in the northern Nigeria, where women are seen to be sitting at home, or they are not being encouraged, or they are not being taken to school by their parents. So all these are factors that militate against women empowerment. Another big factor is the traditional and cultural norms, the patriarchal tradition of our communities, our society. We have early child marriage, where our girls are being given out for marriage at a very tender age of from 11 years. They are not given that opportunity to go to school. And the gender roles in our homes, where certain jobs are seen to be that of the boys and that of the girls. So all these are things that militate against our girls. And another one is our legal laws that support women's empowerment are not being enforced. And that greatly affect the empowerment of the girl child.
Okay.
And the biggest among them is the political barrier. As we see, women are grossly underrepresented in governance, generally speaking, and also decision making levels. Women are not being carried along, despite our population. Women make up more than 50% of this country, and yet are not given their voice to be heard at the decision-making table. When it comes to leadership, women are not being considered. You look at our political structure, from the executive arm of government, very few women are being considered as ministers. You look at the legislative arm of government, out of 369 honorable members of the House of Representatives, we have only 16 women. We look at the Senate, out of 109 senators, we have only 4 women. So that is how it goes. If you go to the states, it's the same thing. You have 20-something honorable commissioners. You find that only 2 women are commissioners.
Okay.
And it goes down like that to the grassroots. In the local government, we have only 1 or 2 female councillors. So women are grossly underrepresented, and these greatly are barriers to women's empowerment.
How can women's empowerment contribute, or what can some of the effects it can have on development in our country?
Wow. Women's participation cannot be overemphasized because they are team players, and all over the world, women are seen to be in the forefront of economic activities. If women are empowered, there will be economic activities, and that way it will boost the GDP of any country.
Okay.
And we know that women have passion, or women are the managers of their homes. If woman is empowered, the welfare of the family will be enhanced, and an educated or empowered woman will also translate that into her children. The children of an empowered woman will always stand out, because she will put in her best to see to the education of her children, and also she will put in her best to the health care of her children. And as the general saying goes, when you empower a woman, you empower not just an individual, you empower a household, you empower a community, you empower the whole nation, because women are real managers of our homes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talking about empowering women, now let's take a look at that economically. How can that be promoted through, entrepreneurship, job creation, financial inclusion?
Wow, that is another good way, because, entrepreneurship, this is an opportunity where you teach women skills, because we all cannot go for white-collar jobs. So through entrepreneurship, you teach women different kind of skills of their own interest. And as the popular saying goes, it's better to teach someone how to catch the fish than to give the person fish to eat, because you always come back for another portion.
Yeah.
But if you teach women skills and you back it up with a startup grants, they are going to strive, and that will boost the economy of our nation.
Okay.
Yes.
You had spoken about the political factor when we were talking about women empowerment. How can women's participation in politics and decision-making process, how can we encourage it? How can we increase it?
Yes, this is what I've been agitating in this country all over for decades now. The way we can increase women participation, because already these women have already been marginalized over the years. It's a long time scourge that we are fighting. And the only way that it can be encouraged is to make deliberate maybe create quota, affirmative action for appointive and elective positions. Create certain quota for the women, so that you can give them deliberate, participation, make them inclusive in the governance. If you do that, it's a deliberate way of, it will be a deliberate way of inclusive governance. And another way is advocacy. We all know that women are doing very, very well in all sectors of the economy. And if given the opportunity, girls do even better than the men. So I have the strong belief that if we take up the challenge with our local, with our communities, the community leaders, so that we can go on that campaign on the need for gender inclusion in governance. And they need to educate the girl child because it starts from there. It will not be given, power will not be given on a platter of gold. A girl child must be educated. So there must be that deliberate attempt to educate the girl child, and that has to be done through vigorous campaign on parents to release their daughters to go to school.
Okay. Now, you have spoken about the side of, appointing women into power and office. They say power is not given, it is taken.
Yeah.
What is the center doing, to get women to comfort, to encourage them to come out to take these positions?
I was just trying to say that after providing, when a quota is provided, or if there's an affirmative action for women's inclusion, another thing is leadership training, because our women are coming from a background that hitherto they have been sidelined, discriminated against. So we have to create leadership training for our girls, for the girl child, so that she grows up with that leadership. Example are the Madam Babangida National Center for Women Development, where I am the chief executive. We have this leadership. We have a resource center where we provide leadership for our young girls and our young aspiring female politicians. We mentor them, we inspire them, we give them all the necessary things they need to aspire to develop interest into politics. Because as we're advocating for inclusion, we must be able to show interest. And when we show interest, we should be able to present women that can do it. It's not just anybody. So we have to give leadership training to our ladies to inspire them into leadership positions, and also make deliberate attempts, advocacy, to encourage women to participate in politics. Because if we continue to be crying about inclusion, they may say, where are you? Are we going to call you out to come and give you positions? No. So we have to indicate interest. Therefore, there must be vigorous advocacy to inspire the girl child, to inspire to go into politics.
This is Frontiers, and we're taking a look at unlocking women's potential for national growth. The conversation continues. Now, before we went on that break, we were talking about how to get women to show interest, to come out, to participate and say, okay, yes, we can do this. Take us along. Now, we have the aspect of the culture and the social norms in Nigeria. These are inimical, not only to women's empowerment, but also to their well-being. What is being done to change this narrative?
What can be done to change these narratives of these cultural norms is working with the traditional leaders at the grassroots, through our NGOs and activists. There are some NGOs and activists that have the mandate of working on gender issues, like the UN Women Now. Like so many of them activists that are NGOs that are into gender mainstreaming. So we have to encourage them to work on our community leaders so that they can break that gene, so that we use our traditional leaders to educate our community members on the importance of allowing the girl child to bring out her potentials, or to be able to strive or to live up to the expectation of whatever she wants to achieve in life. And apart from that, there has to be media campaign.
Okay.
Media, you have to come in because you have to bring out the advantages of either electing a woman or the advantages of empowering a woman, giving very good examples of how women have done in the past, or in fact from independence. We have women in history, in the Nigerian history, that have done so much in leadership positions. Give such examples. So we use the media, we use the community structure to work on our parents. I think that will give way to people allowing the girl child to aspire into leadership positions.
Okay. Now, how can existing laws, policies be strengthened to reform to better promote or encourage women's empowerment?
What can be done is to strengthen those laws by way of, enforcing them, enforcing them. We have existing laws already in place, like National Policy on Gender, like Child's Rights Act, like VAP Act, like African Charter, all these, like WE policy, all these are policies that encourage the empowerment of the girl child.
Okay.
But they are not being enforced. They are in place, but they are not being enforced. Okay. So if our government can enforce those laws, I believe that it will go a long way in combing the manners. And another thing is that we need to be updating some of these updated laws.
Okay.
That are outdated on the girls' equal rights. So we have to be updating our laws and enforcing them. These are measures that, and also make some laws again that will encourage the girls, especially in the area of early marriage.
Yeah.
We must make laws that will stop this early girl child marriage, because parents are into that. Unless there's a law in place, parents will continue to practice it and will continue to affect the girl child. Mm-hmm. So these are the few measures that, if really want to encourage the girl child, they must be in place.
Talking about working, sensitizing the women, talking to them, what is it like, working with the traditional rulers, religious leaders too? What role can they play in promoting women's empowerment, challenging the harmful practices away from the traditions and the norms?
Well, yeah, traditional rulers are the custodians of the communities, and they work hand in hand with government structure. So if you are coming from government, encouraging the girl child to be empowered, and here we are, the tradition is kicking against it, we must work hand in hand with traditional leaders to talk to his people, bringing out the advantages of a girl child being empowered. Like I said, bringing out there's no community now, that doesn't have a sterling example of a girl child that has thrived, have reached her potentials, and is helping the family. So we must engage the community leaders in that aspect, because the people in the community, they only listen to their leaders. They don't believe in the government structure, because some of them even feel the government is against their tradition. So the traditional title holders are the custodians of the norms, and they are the custodians of the people. So if they bring out the advantages of either educating or empowering a girl child, I believe it will go a long way in relaxing some of the traditional norms in our communities.
What are some of the measures that the center has put in place to work with these traditional rulers, and what has been the experience? What has it been like?
In the first place, the creation of the center was out of the discrimination against women, because women have been lagging behind over the years, and it was a deliberate effort to make up for the shortfall that women that we are facing in the national development. So what we do at the center is we train women, because, like we said, generally speaking, women are lagging, or they don't have access to equal education. So we take it as a challenge that if, for instance, you have fallen out of education, you have not gone far in school, you have to fall back to skills acquisition.
Okay.
Come and acquire skills. We train you in the area of your interests, because we have different vocational skills. Then we give you a startup pack, startup, something you go and start business with. So that way it will better your life, and you continue from there.
Okay.
And like I said, we provide leadership training, we provide mentorship for the younger girls, and we go from state to state to collaborate with the Women Affairs Ministry, because that is our main mandate.
Now, being in the center, being the DG for this National Center for Women Development, you work a lot with women. Tell us, what are some of the strategies that can be employed to reduce, violence against women and promote their overall well-being?
It's a scourge that it's a necessary evil that we are all living with. But I believe that the treatment for violence against women is empowerment. If a woman is empowered and helps the family, I don't think there will be any chaos in the family that will cause any form of violence. But be that as it may, what can be done to combat violence in the society is to adhere to, maybe to put stringent measures in place for these perpetrators. Because if we see our men killing their wives, and the laws that are in place are not stringent enough, to scare other men from doing the same thing. These things keep on happening every day in our communities. If we have stringent measures in place, I believe it will reduce violence in the family. And another thing is that we must provide shelters for these victims of violence. Violence takes place everywhere on a daily basis. As a government, which is the government of the people, for the people, and by the people, we must provide shelters for these victims so that they can go and recover from that shock. Because when you're a victim, for you to live in that same environment, the stigma is there, shame is there, so many things are there to dampen your spirit. So government must provide shelter for the victims of violence across board. Then another thing is government should provide hotlines, which we have in the ministry. Hotlines, not only in the ministry, should be done everywhere, police station, ministries, anywhere that a victim of violence can always reach out to, because that call may save a life. We must provide hotlines for victims of violence. Another thing that can be done is giving legal support. Okay. Legal support to victims. Some of these women are poor. They don't even know what it means they don't even know their rights in the first place. So if we have legal backing, we have a legal support that you can run onto for legal support, I think that will help a great way. By the time that issues are taken up legally, I think it will scare some of these perpetrators of this violence.
Asabe Bashir, it's been an absolute pleasure having you come on the program and sharing your thoughts with us, talking to us about women empowerment.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you, viewers.
On today's episode of Frontiers, we took a look at unlocking women's potential for Nigeria's growth, and our guest has been Dr. Asabe Bashir, Director General, Mariam Babangida National Center for Women Development. Thanks for your time.
Diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us, Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land.
Glad to have you join us on Nationwide today. I am Mina Daniels. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday sentenced 2 women arrested by the Department of State Services DSS for their involvement with terrorism to 40 years in prison. The convicted women, Safia Salihu and Halima Abdullahi, are mother and sister respectively of the terrorist kingpin Kachala Ibrahim Batujo, who was eliminated by Nigerian security forces on June 10, 2026 in a forest near Iluke in Kababunu, local government area of Kogi State. Justice Howard Joseph Yewa handed the sentences after both women pleaded guilty to counts 2, 4, and 5 of the 5-count terrorism-related charge brought against them by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation. Both women escaped conviction on counts 1 and 3, which bordered on receiving 490,300 from Batujo, fully aware it was proceeds of terrorism, as well as count 3, which was on their sponsored holy pilgrimage, was the proceeds of terrorism. According to count 2, both women aided and abated the activities of Batujo, a known bandit kingpin, and passed information through telephone conversations to the said Batujo, and thereby committed an offense contrary to and punishable under Section 26 of the Terrorism Prevention Prohibition Act 2022. In addition to pleading guilty to count 2, Batujo's mum pleaded guilty to count 5, which bordered on concealment of information on the terrorism activities of her son. And her part, Halima, who is
His Excellency, distinguished Senator Kasim Shettima GCON,
count 2, also pleaded guilty to count 4, which also bordered on concealment of information that her brother illegally acquired firearms, which she saw when she visited his forest camp. While the punishment for each of the counts is 20 years, Justice Yewa ordered that the sentences run concurrently, after which the convicts will undergo rehabilitation. It's now time to join an outside broadcast team as we commence an outside broadcast program, courtesy of the FCT Minister.
Here, our royal fathers, members of the press, let me especially welcome the FCT Market Women and Mama Duda Foundation that are here. Let me welcome members of this community that are here, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Every time I have the opportunity of speaking to people, I will always tell you, Nigeria is beautiful. And part of the beauty of Nigeria is the fact that we are a praying nation. I'm trying to rationalize why this event is holding after the Jumat prayers. The prayer would not only make this event successful, but even after 15 years, there will be no accident on this road. There will be no kidnapping on this road. And there will be no potholes. So, Your Excellencies, I welcome all of you. Every great city is defined not only by the structures that rise above its skyline, but by the networks that connect its people, strengthen its commerce, strengthen its economy, and prepare it for generations yet unborn. Today we gather at a moment of progress and possibility. We are not here merely to commission a road. We are here to celebrate the completion of a strategic infrastructure project that represents vision, planning, and commitment. I welcome all of you. To give us an overview of this project, let me welcome the Acting Executive Secretary of the FCDA, Engineer Richard Yunana Dauda.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here represented by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, ranking members of the National Assembly that are here, both past and serving, other members of the National Assembly, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezewo Nyesom Wike, CON, the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, Area Council Chairmen that are present here, top government officials and other government officials, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Kindly permit me to stand on the existing protocol as established by the Director of Ceremony as I welcome you all. Your Excellency, it is my singular honor to express our sincere gratitude to you for making our time to grace this memorable occasion of the commissioning of the Collectorate CN2, that is the manual pursuit to sustain infrastructure development in the FCT, awarded the contract for the construction of Collectorate CN2 from Atira Road N16 to Atira Road N20, including the ILS-5, within Katampe District of the Federal Capital City, to Messrs. CGC Nigeria Limited in November 2025. The project is part of the progressive development of Katampe District and other residential districts of the city. Your Excellency, the road network comprises of the Collectorate CN2, which starts from the Atira Road N16, that's the Yemi Osimbaje Way, to the junction of Atira Road N20, which is the Wole Soyinka Way, as a crescent, while the ILS-5, which is an acronym for Important Local Street 5, tees off from the Collectorate CN2 and reconnects it as a crescent also, all within Katampe District. Your Excellency, the scope of works includes full-scope development of Collectorate CN2 as a dual carriageway with 2 lanes and a parking lane, making it 3 lanes in each direction, separated by a 2-meter median. That makes it a total of 6 lanes. The ILS, the Important Local Street, also comes with 2 lanes and 2 parking lanes on each side, making it a total of 4 lanes. The total length of roads constructed here is about 3.9 kilometers, and they come with other engineering infrastructure such as underground stormwater drainage system, water pipe distribution network, foul sewer network, telecommunication ducts, solar street lighting, as well as walkways and green bridges. Your Excellency, the work has been completed and ready to be commissioned for use. In the course of this work, many Nigerians were employed directly and many others indirectly. The completion of this project has opened up the area for rapid development of Katampe District. It has also enhanced security in this area as necessary links with the already constructed Atira Road N16, the Yemi Osimbaje Way, which was completed and commissioned last year, and connecting to Atira Road N20, the Wole Soyinka Way, which was commissioned in 2024 also. And all these connect to the Outer Northern Expressway, that's the Murtala Mohammed Way, Kubwa Expressway. We thank the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezewo Nyesom Wike, CON, for the privilege to be part of this project. Thank you all for coming.
Sends a pathway towards improved connectivity, a pathway towards greater accessibility, a pathway towards a future where infrastructure continues to support.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, and good afternoon, Your Excellency, the Minister of FCT, and the Honorable Minister, Minister of State, distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a special day for us at CDC Nigeria Limited. When I stand here, I look at the road. What I see is not only the asphalt, not only the street light, not only this drainage. What I see is a promise fulfilled by us. This project, Collector Road CN2 started in November last year. At that time, many people in this area knew the challenges. Access was difficult. Development was limited, especially during the rainy season. Different transformed environment. As we are working on this road, we witnessed the changes. Development followed the road construction. Investors came in. Land development became active. Business began to see the opportunities. There is a saying, if you want a development, build the road first. Over the past 3 years, we have witnessed huge changes and